Chapter 2802. There's definitely a deeper meaning behind the appearance of this stone monument. Maybe it's like the heavenly Tao rankings you all spoke of. Ranking people? Elder Changsho guessed. Before he arrived here, he didn't know anything about the heavenly Tao rankings. It was only after he arrived here that someone told him about it. Venerable Scarlet Flame nodded, subconsciously. That should be the case. Look, there are already words appearing on the Tiandao clan's trial steel. A zenith heaven realm grand Luo pointed at the sky and exclaimed. This zenith heaven realm grand Luo's cultivation was similar to Venerable Crimson Flame's. He was also a mid-stage zenith heaven golden celestial who had attained 13 fruits of the way. He hailed from the faraway Warfire mystic realm and called himself the Extreme Monarch Grand Elder. Everyone looked over and saw some words on it. It looked like a name. From the top to the bottom, the names kept appearing, as if there was no end to them. Before long, there were already over 1 million names. However, the immortals had a clear mind. He was confused by these densely packed names. Brother Changsho, isn't that your title? Venerable Scarlet Flame was shocked. Where? Everyone hurriedly searched. As expected, they found the title of Old Man Changsho in the middle. If these are the rankings, Brother Changsho, your ranking is already quite high. Venerable Scarlet Flame said enviously. Supremacy Scarlet Flame, your name has appeared too. It's not far behind Brother Changsho. The Extreme Monarch Great Ancestor said. Venerable Scarlet Flame took a closer look and indeed found his name. It was about 1,000 names away from Old Man Changsho. He immediately felt gratified. Soon, each of the Grand Luo found their name or title. There were a few whose titles did not appear, but there was a hint of delight in the depths of their eyes. When the other Grand Luo saw that, they immediately realized that the Grand Luo had not told them the truth. Name or title? Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply and looked in a certain direction in disbelief, where Grand Luo, who appeared to be in his 30s, sat with a rather calm expression. His cultivation had already reached late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal, making him the strongest among those present. There was no other Grand Luo. He called himself the Monk Heart Seeker, and right now he was ranked in the top 5,000 of the Tiandao clan's trial steel. Compared to the rest of the Grand Luo, who were ranked in the hundreds of thousands, he was simply too powerful. When Xian Hermit, it seems like you have the highest chance of joining the Tiandao clan, Venerable Scarlet Flame said enviously. At that moment, Old Man Changsho glanced at Ning Qi. Little friend Wu, your name did not appear on the trial steel. However, with your strength, even I do not have the confidence to fight you. It seems like you did not tell us your real name. Venerable Redfire, the Extreme Monarch Grand Elder. Master Wenexan, and the other Grand Luo all looked at Ning Qi when they heard that. Old Man Changsho was right. If they were to rank them based on potential, Ning Qi's potential would probably be the best among them. Before this, they had never seen anyone with the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal. He had beaten a few early-stage perfected golden immortals with his bare hands. Maybe it's because my cultivation level is too low and I'm not even in the rankings. Ning Qi smiled, but his gaze fell upon the very top of the Tiandao clan's trial steel. His name was ranked in the top 100. Among the top 100, there were some names he had seen on the heavenly ranking, but some he had never seen before. However, Ning Qi saw a few familiar faces between the top 100 and the top 200. Mo Xia, the White Emperor. Behind them were Shenyuan Zhongtian Longchen Proto. This time, the Tiandao clan had made a huge move. There was no telling how many people they had captured to participate in this trial. Is that so? Everyone looked at each other and smiled, as if agreeing with Ning Qi's words. However, only they knew what they were thinking. Master, when Xian sighed. With the appearance of this steel, I'm afraid our days will not be as leisurely as before. That's right. The higher one's ranking, the higher the chance of joining the Tiandao clan. The way to get a higher ranking is probably to kill each other, just like when we left that town. Either we kill until there are only 10 left and head to another trial ground, or we walk out and face the evil beasts they have arranged. Venerable Scarlet Flame nodded. Regardless, let us work together. No matter what, let's work together to advance and retreat together. The Extreme Monarch Ancestor said. I agree. Elder Changsho nodded. I agree. Only by working together will we be able to deal with the upcoming chaos. Then let's work together. The Grand Luo nodded. At this moment, Ning Qi was the only one who did not speak. They all looked towards Ning Qi, when Xian Monk smiled and asked, My friend Wu, what do you think? Then let's advance and retreat together. Ning Qi smiled nonchalantly. Seeing that Ning Qi had agreed, they all smiled. Whether it was Ning Qi's own battle prowess or the person who stayed in the cave all day and never came out, even they couldn't see through him, they could be considered very important battle prowess in the chaos that was about to happen. After that, several peaceful months passed. During those months, Ning Qi was almost always in the elite cultivation training grounds. When he was tired from meditating, he would take out the immortal slaying 4 swords and forge them, while also improving his proficiency in the 9 Hells tempering technique. Ning Qi's 9 Hells tempering technique had already been cultivated to the 5th level. There were still 4 more levels, and it wouldn't be easy to raise it. Sometimes he thought that if the 9 Hells tempering technique was exchanged from the Merit Tower, with his wealth, he would probably be able to raise it to the highest level in minutes. Tao fruition still seemed far away, and Ning Qi could not find the cause that belonged to him. One day, Ning Qi returned to his cave abode from the elite cultivation training grounds. He had just stepped out to take 2 breaths of fresh air when he saw 100 silhouettes flying towards him from the horizon. At first, they were just black dots, but in the blink of an eye, they arrived above the mountains. When Xian Monk and the other Grand Luo seemed to have sensed them as well, and walked out of the cave abode, he looked at them warily. Fellow Taoists, this is the place. That kid is merely a full-fledged golden immortal, but his battle prowess is comparable to a mid-stage Grand Luo golden immortal. His ranking must be very high, and if we kill him, our ranking would definitely rise by a large margin. An old man who had only a few strands of hair left and looked like he was about to die said to the 100 Grand Luo beside him with a sinister smile as he pointed at Ning Qi. Chapter 2803. When Xian saw that, he could not help taking to the skies and landing beside Ning Qi from his cave abode's entrance, staring solemnly at the group of Grand Luo. However, there were a few who did not move and did not even step out of their cave abodes, as if unaware of what was happening outside. Fellow Taoists, we're staying here for the time being and minding our own business. There's no need for us to cross swords, is there? When Xian smiled and cupped his hands, Venerable Red Flame, the Longevity Elder, the Ultimate Monarch Patriarch, and the other Grand Luo had ugly expressions on their faces. They compared the gap between them and knew that they would likely die here if they were to fight. However, since they had agreed to advance and retreat together, they could not afford to lose face even if they were aware of the dangers involved. Hence, they turned and left. Oh, a late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal. You should be the strongest among these Grand Luo, yes? Beside the old man, a Grand Luo with a sturdy physique and a presence that was no weaker than when Xian smiled. You flatter me. I'm not the strongest. He asked his sweetheart with a smile. How about this? Leave the kid to us, and we'll forget about today's matter. There's no need for you to stand up for a mere full-fledged golden immortal, is there? The other smiled. At that moment, Ning Yi, who was standing under the shadow of his cave abode, showed a hint of inquiry in his eyes. However, Ning Qi shook his head slightly, and before when Xian could speak, he stepped into the air and stood opposite the other party from afar. What's going on, Brother Wu? When Xian and the others looked at each other, their eyes showing a hint of surprise and uncertainty. Could Ning Qi be prepared to fight them head-on? Kid, could you be more powerful than 100 Grand Luo on our side, no matter how powerful you are? You're definitely going to die today. If there's a next life, remember not to be so arrogant. The thin-haired old man laughed sinisterly at Ning Qi and transmitted his voice. The other 3 Grand Luo who had been taught a lesson by Ning Qi had gloating looks in their eyes as well. I've heard that you're very powerful and can defeat early-stage Grand Luo. I'm rather curious. Come, attack me. Let me see how powerful you are. The sturdy Grand Luo, whose cultivation was no weaker than when Xian smiled at Ning Qi. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and disappeared. A bloody slit appeared between the man's eyebrows, and fresh blood kept gushing out from it. His eyes were filled with shock, and gradually his vitality dissipated. His eyeballs seemed to be covered in a layer of ash, and his corpse fell to the ground. This Venerable Red Flame and Old Man Changsho looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Grand Luo, like the extreme monarch Grand Elder, was not much better. Some of them rubbed their eyes, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could a late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal be killed with a single slash? Such swordsmanship! When Xen Monk stared at Ning Qi with a serious expression, as if he had thought of something. Ning Qi's movements didn't stop. After swinging his sword, he swung his sword a second time, a third time, a fourth time, 80th time, 88th time, 96th time. With each swing, a Grand Luo would die in terror, crashing heavily to the ground from the skies. After the 96th swing, the only Grand Luo left standing in the skies were the 4 fellows Ning Qi had taught a lesson to. Are you a human or a ghost? The 4 Grand Luo stared at Ning Qi in immeasurable terror, cold sweat breaking out on their faces. Venerable Red Flame and the other Grand Luo were stunned as well. They never thought that they had already overestimated Ning Qi's ability, but the ability he displayed today was completely incomprehensible to them. Be it early stage or late stage Grand Luo, they were all killed with a single swing of his sword. Even if it was in existence at the consummate level, it wouldn't be able to do that, right? The Grand Luo who had no intention of showing themselves now quietly walked out of their cave abode, staring at Ning Qi in shock. Of course, I'm a ghost to you. The corners of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. He raised his hand and swung his sword, and the thinly haired elder died before he could react. The remaining 3 tried to flee, but before they could even move 100 feet away, the sword light caught up to them and turned them into corpses. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 Grand Luo were all corpses with no signs of life. 10,000 merit points. It's better than nothing. Ning Qi muttered to himself and glanced at the Tendo clan's trial steel, noticing that his ranking had risen by a few places. When Ning Qi landed on the ground, Venerable Red Flame and the others looked at him with a hint of fear in their eyes, not daring to approach him at all. Only when Xan Monk stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Young friend Wu, did you inherit this sword art from the ancestral star?" "You've seen it before, Senior, when Xan?" Ning Qi smiled curiously. "I saw it once from afar when I was young." When Xan sighed, and the way he looked at Ning Qi was very different now. If he had been a late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal before, and always carried a hint of imperceptible arrogance before Ning Qi, he now placed himself on the same level as Ning Qi, or perhaps even lower. Rumor has it that Ning Beixian, the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking of the homeworld, had also cultivated some sort of astonishing sword technique that could slay a Grand Luo with a single swing of his sword. Young friend Wu's sword technique does not pale in comparison at all. Venerable Red Flame suddenly exclaimed in awe. The extreme monarch patriarch's expression became weird, and he exchanged glances with the other Grand Luo before turning to Ning Qi as if waiting for some sort of answer. Seeing that the atmosphere had become rather awkward, as if the air itself had frozen, Venerable Red Flame suddenly thought of something and exclaimed involuntarily at Ning Chi, "Young friend Wu, could you be? I've kept a lot of things from you before. Please forgive me." Ning Chi sighed inwardly and smiled while cupping his fists. He did not want to reveal his identity, but the Love Destroyer sword was too conspicuous, and anyone who heard about what happened on the homeworld would be able to guess his identity. Everyone was already aware of Ning Chi's true identity when they saw that, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Ning Beixian, the #1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, had become a full-fledged Golden Immortal in such a short time, slaying Grand Luo as if he was chopping vegetables. Such ability was undoubtedly the #1 among all the prodigies they had seen. 1. To think that your Ning Beixian, young friend. Truly, seeing you in person is better than hearing about you in person. Several Grand Luo streaked across the air and landed before Ning Chi, smiling and cupping their fists. Venerable Red Flame and the others looked oddly at the Grand Luo. "Fellow Taoists, where have you been?" Old man Changsho smiled. "That's right, why didn't I see you?" Chapter 2804. Well, we were preparing a formation in the cave abode just now, so that we can catch them off guard if a fight breaks out. One of the Grand Luo smiled awkwardly. "That's right." Another Grand Luo nodded in agreement. "You may leave now." Venerable Wen Xian smiled faintly. The Grand Heavenly Immortals were stunned when they heard this, and their expressions instantly darkened. Now that they had left the trial monument, chaos was about to descend. Moreover, a monster like Ning Chi was here, so staying here was naturally the safest. If they left this place, they might be surrounded and killed by some people along the way. "Venerable Wen Xian, why are you asking us to leave? Didn't we agree to advance and retreat together?" One of the Grand Luo said with an ugly expression, "You lot sure are thick-skinned. Where were you when they came to kill Brother Ning? Are you going to come out and suck up to him after he's done?" Venerable Red Flame sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps you could ask our young friend Ning. If he's willing, you can stay." Old man Changsho suddenly spoke. The Grand Luo hurriedly looked at Ning Chi when they heard that. "You'll end up like them if you don't leave." Ning Chi pointed at the nearby corpses. "We're leaving now." The Grand Luo turned and left without looking back, afraid that they would be killed by Ning Chi if they were too slow. "Congratulations, young Ning. You've killed over 100 Grand Luo at once. How many cultivation resources would you have gotten?" No wonder the Tiandao clan said that this place is rich with cultivation resources. Venerable Red Flame glanced at the nearby corpses with slight envy. "Since we're advancing and retreating together, let's split their resources together." Ning Chi smiled. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard that, and a hint of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Was this a joke or a test? That was the wealth of over 100 Grand Luo, and he was asking them to split it? "Brother Ning, is what you just said true?" Venerable Red Flame looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. "Of course." Ning Chi smiled. Old man Changsho, the extreme monarch patriarch, and the other Grand Luo all confirmed it as well. They were both surprised and delighted when they saw that Ning Chi was not joking, but they did nothing and looked at Venerable Wen Xian instead. "Let's split it. From today onward, we'll split the fortunes we obtain here equally. We're not keeping anything for ourselves." Wen Xian said with a smile. Venerable Red Flame could not wait any longer. He immediately collected the interspatial rings of the Daluo corpses. As long as they were slightly valuable, he would not let them go. Finally, he sorted them into more than 20 pieces, and everyone got one, including Ning Chi. Although Ning Chi didn't like it, he didn't reject it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. There was no telling how the news had spread after today's incident. Perhaps someone had been watching from afar, but everyone within 5,000 kilometers knew of such a place where more than 20 Grand Luo resided. Their methods were so frightening that even 100 Grand Luo would die if they came here. Extinguish. Chi, don't run anymore. With us joining hands, even if you run to the ends of the earth, only death awaits you. Why don't you take the initiative to hand over that thing? Maybe I can negotiate with them and spare your life. The one who spoke was a woman as beautiful as a flower. She wore a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with pride. Judging from her cultivation, she had already reached the great perfection, heaven, immortal realm. There were 7 to 8 figures beside the woman. They were all young men, and their cultivations ranged from the mid-heaven immortal realm to the great perfection, heaven, immortal realm. Wait. Brother Chi, we've known each other for more than 100 years. Why ruin our friendship over external objects? Why don't you share it with us? We can still be brothers in the future. One of the youths laughed long and hard. There was a rather bedraggled figure in front of them. His entire body was covered in wounds, and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and his speed was gradually slowing down as if his stamina was failing him. Ling Fei, you're my wife and my lover, but you're joining hands with these bastards who are worse than pigs and dogs to kill me. I must have been blind to have been with you all along. Chi roared without even turning his head, his voice carrying a hint of grief and indignation. He had been a mere mountain urchin on the infinite heaven star, and was then taught the warden dragon elephant art by chance. Then he unwittingly arrived in the immortal realm during his training. Ever since then he was like a dragon in the ocean, a fish back in water. He obtained one fortuitous encounter after another, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a little over 100 years he had become a peak heaven immortal, and his battle prowess was beyond the reach of an ordinary heaven immortal. Because of this, he became acquainted with his Tao companion, Ling Fei, and also made friends with a group of heavenly geniuses. They roamed the immortal realm together. Unexpectedly, after they were captured and brought into this training ground, they encountered some powerful enemies. Chi Yi could only use all his strength to resist. During this period of time, Ling Fei and her brothers inadvertently discovered that Chi Yi cultivated the warden dragon elephant art. It was not an ordinary art, so they set up a trap for him to suffer serious injuries. They attempted to force him to reveal the essence of the warden dragon elephant art. Chi, if you really love me, why don't you share your art with me? The warden dragon elephant art is at least a 7th rank art, but I only cultivate a 4th rank art. How dare you say you love me? Ling Fei's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. Ling Fei, there's no need to talk to him. This kid is selfish. He has such an art, but he won't share it with us. He forced us to do it ourselves. The warden dragon elephant art was imparted to me by Big Brother Beishian. This is his art. Without his permission, I can't pass it on to others. Don't you understand? Fine, you are all greedy wolves. No matter how I explain, it's useless. Chi Yi let out an angry roar. Suddenly, he saw a mountain range in front of him. His figure moved slightly, and he flew towards the mountain range. Attack with all your might. There might be some senior almighty cultivators in these mountains. If they encounter us, things will be troublesome. Ling Fei shouted to her left and right. All right. A shrill howl came from Chi Ye's back. Everyone's combined attack landed on Chi Ye's back with a boom. Even though Chi Yi cultivated the imprisonment dragon elephant art and his fleshly body was much stronger than ordinary peak heaven immortals, he was still heavily injured by this attack. His heart meridians were faintly cracked. His body flew like a cannonball and smashed into a valley, raising a cloud of dust. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Fei and the rest landed in front of Chi Yi and surrounded him. Ling Fei looked down at Chi Yi with a hint of mockery in her eyes. You have nowhere to run. Hand over the warden dragon elephant art. Ha ha ha! Chi Yi staggered to his feet and let out a deafening laugh. A hint of madness appeared on his face. Even if I die, you won't get my art. He's going to self-destruct, his divine soul? So decisive. Everyone was in disbelief, and they subconsciously retreated a few dozen feet. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Big Brother Bei Xian, Qi Ye's lips curled up. The immortal qi in his body had all gathered in his divine soul. At this moment, he was like a nuclear bomb that was about to explode. It was extremely dangerous. At the same time, a slightly shocked voice suddenly came from behind Qi. Qi, why are you here? Chapter 2805. He's going to self-destruct his spirit. Brother Ning, you know him? Disperse. Venerable when Xen moved and appeared beside Qi. He gently patted Qi Ye's forehead. The immortal qi that Qi had injected into Qi Ye's divine soul immediately dispersed and returned to his limbs, bones, meridians, and meridians. Ling Fei and the others stared at the scene in shock. A hint of fear rose in their hearts when they realized that there were almost 20 grand luo standing before them. Ning Qi walked slowly to Qi, frowning as he glanced at Ling Fei and the others, before asking, "What's going on?" After the initial shock, Ning Qi regained his composure. Qi Yi already had the mark of the heavenly Dao clan in his body. Back at the Endless Heaven Star, he had already discovered this, so it was normal for him to be dragged into this trial. However, Qi Ye's cultivation base had exceeded Ning Qi's imagination. He had reached heavenly immortal perfection in such a short time, a cultivation speed that even Ning Qi felt inferior to. Brother Bei Xian, is that really you? Qi Yi looked at Ning Qi rather excitedly. Is this the Brother Bei Xian that he's been talking about? The gazes of Ling Fei and the others became even weirder. Some of them were already subconsciously trying to retreat, but Venerable Redfire noticed them and laughed. Don't go anywhere before we get to the bottom of things. The others exchanged glances and stood where they were with a rather ugly expression, not daring to move. Even though they were prodigies, they did not dare to use their methods before a grand luo. Brother Bei Xian, I encountered a spatial rift on the Endless Heaven planet and was sent to the immortal realm. Then I encountered. Qi Yi immediately recounted his encounter. The Venerable Master, when Xian and the other Grand Luo all had a weird expression on their faces. Wasn't this kid having too many fortuitous encounters? He actually went from an ant that was not even a human immortal to a heavenly immortal perfection in such a short time. They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi at that thought. Could there be some special connection between these prodigies? Brother Ning is already such a monster, and this kid can't be any worse, Venerable Redfire thought to himself. You're saying that this woman is your wife. Ning Qi's gaze fell on Ling Fei, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's no longer the case. She teamed up with my worthless brothers to steal the cultivation technique that Brother Bei Xian taught me. Qi Yi looked at Ling Fei coldly with a trace of bone-deep hatred in his eyes. That's why you want to self-destruct your godly soul. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Qi nodded and said with a ruthless tone, even if our souls are destroyed and we never enter the reincarnation cycle, we will not let them gain anything. If this kid doesn't die, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. When Xian and the other Grand Luo exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. In the battles of the world of immortals, some immortals died physically, but their souls survived, giving them a chance to be reborn. Immortals whose souls didn't survive were undoubtedly facing a formidable foe. But as long as there was a chance of survival, no immortal would choose to detonate their own soul. That way, they'd truly be able to survive. In that case, if one died, everything would cease to exist, leaving no trace in the world of immortals. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to revive them. Immortals who had the guts to self-destruct were usually very good at fighting. They were decisive and had a clear mind, and they were indifferent to life and death. Such existences would not fare too badly in the world of immortals. It's a misunderstanding. A young man showed a trace of fear on his face and quickly said to Qi, Qi, this is their decision. I was forced. They threatened me that if I didn't join forces with them, they would kill me. I had no choice. That's right. This adulterous couple colluded to confuse our minds. In reality, we didn't even want to attack you. Chi, you definitely don't know that your wife has been involved with him for a long time. They are the masterminds. Seeing that Chi Yi suddenly had a grand luo backing him, the people who were hunting him earlier quickly explained and begged for mercy. You. The young man who stood closest to Ling Fei had a furious look on his face. He glared at the people around him viciously and was so angry that he could not speak. At this time, Ling Fei's eyes turned red as she stared at Qi. Husband, I was forced. My body was poisoned. I was forced to do this. Venerable Red Flame and the other Grand Luo grinned when they saw that, watching the show of begging for mercy with interest. Ling Fei, even you. The young man looked at Ling Fei in disbelief, suddenly experiencing the same feeling Qi had when he was betrayed by his loved one. Qi Yi was taken aback and looked at Ling Fei with a hint of hesitation. Seeing that, Ling Fei felt that there was a chance and immediately walked toward Qi. Husband, I didn't think that Fang Wenba would be so vicious. He found a chance to poison me. If I didn't obey him, I would have died. Ning Qi looked at Ling Fei calmly. The woman's expression was sincere, and the emotions she revealed were just right. It would not be too out of place if he awarded her the Best Actress award. Brother Beixian, I'm heavily injured and can't fight. Can you do me a favor? Qi Yi looked at Ning Qi. What is it? The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up. Help me kill this bitch. Qi Yi glared at Ling Fei, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Ling Fei's footsteps paused as her eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. Qi Yu! She did not expect that this country bumpkin who had been fooled by her would be so resolute today. Did he not care about their past relationship at all? Ning Yi. Ning Qi said calmly. Yes. Ning Yi, who was standing at the entrance of the cave abode, shot up into the air and landed in front of Ling Fei like a cannonball. The moment his feet touched the ground seemed to shake. Ning Yi was originally 3 feet tall, but after being repaired by Ning Qi, he could change his height at will. Although he had shrunk to around 3 feet, he was still a giant to Ling Fei. Fear filled Ling Fei's eyes. Before she could speak, Ning Yi had slapped her into a bloody mist. Qi Ye's palm turned into a bloody mist. Qi, you're so vicious. Fang Wenba looked at the bloody mist in disbelief, his eyes filled with heartache. We've been brothers for so many years, but I didn't know that you're a lover. If that's the case, let her be. Qi Yi looked at Fang Wenba coldly. Chapter 2806. Inside the cave abode, Ning Qi and Qi Yi sat face to face. Ning Yi stood in the corner, quietly. Qi Yi would glance at him from time to time, feeling curious about Ning Yi. Qi Yi used 6 hours to explain his cultivation process in detail. Ning Qi could tell that his prison elephant dragon art had reached the 5th level and seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Big Brother Beixian, I've been looking for you all these years. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any clues. When I first saw someone with the same name as you on the Earth Immortal ranking, I almost thought it was you. Qi Yi sighed. Ning Qi had a strange expression. Almost thought it was me? What changed your mind later? This. I've told them before, but they all said it's unlikely. After all, there are very few existences on the Heavenly Tao ranking in the immortal world. Qi smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at Ning Qi cautiously. Was I wrong? Yes. Ning Qi nodded. The one on the Heavenly Tao ranking is me. Qi Yi became excited. I knew that Big Brother Beixian would be able to make a name for himself in the immortal world. All right, let's not talk about this. I can see that your cultivation speed is pretty good. What you lack is cultivation resources. I have some here. See if you need anything. Ning Qi smiled, took out a ring, and threw it to Qi. Qi took a look and gasped. Big Brother Beixian, There are too many precious things in here. Just take it if I give it to you." Ning Qi smiled. This was the property of an immortal emperor, so it was naturally very precious to Qi Yi. After Qi Yi accepted it, his heart was filled with gratitude. Suddenly, he thought of something unusual about this place and asked Ning Qi, "Big Brother Beixian, what do you think this place is? What was the background of that silhouette that appeared just now? What's the use of the Tiandao clan's trial tablet? The Heavenly Dao clan is nothing more than a clan of vile people. Remember that. The reason they opened this trial by fire was to provide them with fresh blood. Those who are selected to enter this place all have latent talent that surpasses that of ordinary immortals. That includes destiny and karmic luck." Ning Qi smiled. "Despicable clan?" Qi Yi was startled. "Do you know why I taught you the incarcerating dragon elephant art?" Ning Qi smiled. "I don't know." Qi Yi shook his head. He had often thought about this. He didn't have a spirit root in his body, so why was he chosen by Ning Qi and received such a powerful cultivation method? "Because of the brand in your body, I can sense that you have been marked by the Tiandao clan." Ning Qi smiled. "Me too. Everyone who came here has been marked by the Heavenly Dao family. They have the mark of the Heavenly Dao family on them. They must have used some sort of divine ability to communicate with the mark, allowing them to instantly pull us here." "I see." A hint of understanding flashed across Qi Ye's eyes. After a brief pause, Qi Ye's heart trembled slightly. Since Ning Qi had referred to the Heavenly Dao clan as the Despicable clan, it meant that there must be some enmity between them. Thinking of this, Qi Yi immediately said, "Big Brother Beixian, I'll go with you. Since this is my family, let's find a way to leave this place." Although they are despicable people, they still have some tricks up their sleeves. The chances of them leaving this place are very low. Let's just let nature take its course for now and act according to the situation. We don't know how long this trial will last. Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so you can use these cultivation resources to see if you can break through to the gold realm. Immortal. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Qi Yi nodded. In the years that followed, the valley was basically peaceful. Even if a grand luo passed by, they would deliberately take a detour, not daring to enter the valley. On this day, golden thunder rumbled in the sky. A cloud that seemed to be burning with raging flames condensed above the valley. Master, when Xian, Venerable Crimson Flame, Old Man Changsho, the Extreme Monarch Grand Elder, and the other Grand Luo all walked out of their caverns and arrived beside Ning Qi, looking at Qi, who was preparing to face his ascension. "Brother Ning, your younger brother's aptitude is quite amazing. How long has it been since he started crossing the immortal bone tribulation?" Venerable Scarlet Flame sighed. Old Man Changsho smiled. "I had cultivated for countless years before I had the chance to cross the immortal bone tribulation." "Qi Yi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, hasn't he? The immortal bone tribulation has only just begun. Everyone, don't praise him anymore. The kid will definitely feel smug if he hears it." Ning Qi smiled. "I wonder how many immortal bone tribulations there will be." Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little curious. In the path of cultivation, apart from the number of grand luo attaining Dao fruits, the immortal bone tribulation that descended when a heavenly immortal ascended to the golden immortal realm could also reveal a person's aptitude and future. Soon, the thunder tribulation began to descend. Qi Ye's expression was solemn. He had heard Ning Qi talk about how terrifying the immortal bone tribulation was, so he did not dare to be careless. Boom! The first immortal bone tribulation descended, and Qi Yi successfully passed it. It was within everyone's expectations, so the scene was rather calm. Boom! The second immortal bone tribulation descended. Qi Yi appeared to be a little ragged, but he still seemed to have strength to spare. Everyone guessed that he could pass at least 3 immortal bone tribulations. However, as the immortal bone tribulation descended one after another, Master when Xian and the others' expressions gradually turned into shock. The ninth one, Venerable Crimson Flame, cried out involuntarily. Boom! The 10th one has passed as well. Cold sweat appeared on the extreme monarch progenitor's forehead. When the 12th immortal bone tribulation descended, the place where Qi Yi stood was almost in ruins. The Grand Luo became nervous as well. They did not expect Qi Ye's aptitude to be so terrifying that the heavenly Tao would grant him the 12th immortal bone tribulation. If he could successfully pass it, his aptitude would undergo an earth-shattering change. It would not be difficult for him to become a mystic immortal in the future, and he would even have a chance to become a grand unity. Soon the dust settled. Qi Yi was seen sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The rising and falling of his chest proved that he was still alive. What a pity! What a pity! Master when Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Senior when Xian, what's wrong? Ning Qi smiled at Master when Xian. If I knew he could pass the 12th immortal bone tribulation, I would have asked you to let him be my disciple. It's such a pity to miss out on such an excellent disciple. Master when Xian heaved a long sigh. The others looked at each other when they heard that. They suddenly had the same thought as Master when Xian. If they could accept Qi Yi as their disciple, they would be honored if Qi Yi broke through to mystic immortal or grand unity in the future. It's fine. When he recovers, you can still accept him as your disciple, as long as he's willing. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 2807. A month later, Qi Ye's injuries had completely healed and his cultivation had steadily reached early stage golden immortal. His aura was at least 10 to 20 times stronger than typical early stage golden immortals, which proved that Qi had completely entered the ranks of first-rate prodigies. Brother Beixian, why are the seniors looking at me so strangely? Qi Yi walked to Ning Qi's side and transmitted his voice quietly, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Haha, they want to take you in as a disciple. Ning Qi laughed. Take me in as a disciple? Qi Yi was taken aback. The Master Heartseeker and the other Grand Luo all spoke up, asking if Qi Yi was willing to take them as his master. Qi Yi was left dumbfounded and asked doubtfully, Seniors, even if I'm willing, I can't split myself and have so many masters. When Xian and the other Grand Luo looked at each other and laughed, with Venerable Scarlet Flame smiling at Qi. If you're willing, we'll each teach you some of our ultimate techniques, and you can just call us masters. Not bad. Old man Changsho smiled, stroking his beard. Any other golden immortal who wanted to become the disciple of a Grand Luo would have to see if the gift was enough. But Qi Yi was different. He had passed the 12 immortal bone tribulations, and before that there was only one person in the immortal world who was ranked first on the ranking of golden immortals, Wei Gongqi. As for whether there were others who had passed 12 immortal bone tribulations, they did not know about Wen Xian. Even if there were, it would not be their turn to take in a disciple, for even a grand immortal would be willing to take in such a prodigy. Now that there was such a great opportunity, they naturally would not let it go, even if they had to join forces to teach Qi Yi. Take me in as a disciple. Qi Yi was startled and wondered if this group of people had other thoughts. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi, only to see Ning Qi smiling at him and saying, Seniors, what are you waiting for? You're all eager for talent. Each of them will teach you a technique, and you'll benefit immeasurably. Disciple Qi Yi greets you, masters. Qi Yi knelt at once and bowed to them. Rise, rise, ha ha ha. When Xian and the other Grand Luo laughed heartily, the gloom that had clouded their hearts over the trial was instantly swept away. After all, having a disciple like Qi Yi was a form of serendipity. After that, Qi Yi would head to a cave abode each time and stay there for 2 to 3 months. First, it was Venerable Wen Xian, then Old Man Changsho. Almost every Grand Luo would praise Ning Qi behind his back for Qi Ye's incredible comprehension, but they would naturally not say that in front of Qi Yi. Qi Yi began to doubt himself and felt that his comprehension ability was extremely low. Stone Pavilion. It's been 30 years. Just what is going on with this Tian Dao family's trial? Are you going to make us wait here? Venerable Red Flame sighed. He was one of the more impatient ones among the Grand Luo. Let's wait a little longer. If the Heavenly Dao clan is really that powerful and mysterious, I don't think the trial this time around has truly begun. When Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the crowd's expression turned even more serious. What Wen Xian monk had said was very reasonable. If the trial had not started yet, what kind of danger would they be facing when the trial started after such a long time of preparation? By the way, young Ning, do you have any understanding of attaining Dao fruition? Old man Changsho asked Ning Qi curiously. Everyone was actually curious about that. Ning Qi was already so powerful despite being a full-fledged golden immortal. If he ascended to Grand Luo, would he not be able to destroy everything in sight? I don't have a clue. Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I'll attain Dao fruition while I'm sleeping. I attained Dao fruition while I was sleeping, and I slept for 100,000 years that time. The extreme monarch patriarch suddenly spoke. Ning Qi was slightly taken aback, and then smiled bitterly with cupped fists. Congratulations, brother extreme monarch. If Ning Qi was given a choice to sleep for 100,000 years before attaining Dao fruition, he would definitely refuse that option. 100,000 years was too long for him, and he would seize every moment he had. Are there any fellow Taoists here? A clear voice resounded from the entrance of the valley. Ning Qi and the others exchanged glances before taking to the air and landing at the entrance of the valley. There stood a dozen Grand Luo who appeared rather hesitant. All of them were early-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortals, with only one being a mid-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Judging from his expression, the voice from before must have come from his mouth. Both sides sized each other up, and when their gazes fell upon Ning Qi, a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. It was as if they were surprised that a mere full-fledged golden immortal like Ning Qi would be standing with a group of Grand Luo. What are you doing here? Venerable Red Fire asked flatly. I'm Yu Gaoshan. The mid-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal smiled and introduced himself, before introducing the Grand Luo beside him. Due to the trial steel of the Tian Dao family, many fellow Taoists are now killing each other, all for the sake of ranking higher on the steel. I'm not willing to get involved, so I've come to disturb all of you. I'd like to borrow this treasured land for a temporary stay. Well, Venerable Red Fire frowned slightly. After all these years, they had gotten to know each other quite well, and thanks to Chiya's existence, their relationship was much deeper than when they first arrived here. It did not seem right for unfamiliar Grand Luo to come and stay here. It was not just Venerable Red Fire, even Longevity Old Man, the extreme Monarch Patriarch, and the other Grand Luo thought the same. Still, Master Wen Xian's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at Ning Qi. What do you think, Ning Qi? In the immortal realm, there are those who like to fight, while there are those who only seek the Tao wholeheartedly. This mountain range of ours is rather vast. It's not like we can't let them stay here. Yu Gaoshan and the other Grand Luo paused slightly when they heard that, and subconsciously turned to look at Ning Qi, feeling rather shocked. Why would a late-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal discuss with a full-fledged Golden Immortal in such a tone? There's no harm in staying if they abide by the rules of this place. Ning Qi smiled. Master, when Xian nodded with a smile, and said to Gaoshan and the others, You'd want to stay here because you've heard that over 100 Grand Luo came looking for trouble, and none of them left alive, right? Yu Gaoshan and the others quickly nodded in response. That's right. Very well. We have some rules here, but as long as you have no ulterior motives, there's nothing for you to worry about. You may stay if you abide by them. Chapter 2808. Over the next few years, as Yu Gaoshan and the others had successfully taken up residence in the mountain range where Ning Qi was, the news spread far and wide. Many immortals would come after learning that there was no conflict and that everything was peaceful. Most of them were immortals who wanted to pass the trial safely and did not like to fight. But there were few who wanted to see what was going on here. Since neither Ning Chi nor Venerable Wen Xan had much to say about it, Venerable Red Flame and the others naturally did not say anything. Apart from the cave abode on the mountain top that they had originally occupied, more and more cave abodes appeared within the mountain range. Gradually, after a dozen to 20 years of development, this place became a well-known market. Even some golden immortals and heavenly immortals would come here out of admiration. The reason they came was simple. They had heard that the Grand Luo here would not simply capture people as cannon fodder, nor would they attack without a word. After staying here for a long time, they naturally knew that there were two anomalies in this mountain range. The first one was Ning Chi. They often saw Ning Chi, a golden immortal in the peak stage, chatting with Master Wen Xian and the others in the stone pavilion. They could not help but speculate about Ning Chi's identity and background. As for the second anomaly, it was Qi. As the personal disciple of over 20 Grand Luo, not only did that shock the other Grand Luo, it also made many golden immortals and heavenly immortals jealous and envious. Qi Ye's cultivation steadily rose with the support of vast cultivation resources, and he was already a mid-stage golden immortal, much to the delight of Venerable Wen Xian and the other Grand Luo. Ning Chi, on the other hand, had been stuck at golden immortal perfected all these years. He even hoped that the system would set an advancement mission for him, as it would be much better than being clueless now. Within the stone pavilion, as usual, Ning Chi listened to Venerable Wen Xian and the other Grand Luo exchange their cultivation insights. Although more and more immortals came to live here, they had a tacit understanding and did not approach the stone pavilion, which was why the members of the pavilion remained the same as before. Brother Beixian, dear masters, bad news. Qi Yi suddenly streaked through the air, looking rather anxious. What's going on? Venerable Wen Xian frowned. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly as he glanced around. He smelled a trace of a special aura, and this aura was very familiar to him. A monster that doesn't look like a demon or a mortal beast has appeared outside the mountains and ambushed a few Grand Luo seniors. After being ambushed, those Grand Luo seniors seem to have turned into monsters as well and are hunting down everything they see. Qi hurriedly said, "What? Was there such a thing? Could it be that the trial mission has finally come down?" Venerable Scarlet Flame was slightly surprised. "Let's go take a look," Wen Xian monk said immediately. Apart from Ning Chi, the Master of Heartseeker, and the other Grand Luo who stayed in the void, the other Grand Luo who had taken up residence here had also taken to the air after sensing the commotion. They stared somberly at the four cardinal directions, noticing that there were deformed beings in each direction. An existence exuding a strange aura was heading towards the valley. 5 in the east, 3 in the south, 4 in the west, and 6 in the north. Isn't that old Wu? How did he become like this? One of the Grand Luo gasped and pointed at a silhouette. Many of the Grand Luo who were acquainted with old Wu turned pale when they saw that. What could have turned a Grand Luo into such a monster? They could recognize old Wu because of the bottle gourd he was carrying on his back. Master of Heartseeker, what is going on? What is the origin of these monsters? Why are even Grand Luo infected by them? The extreme monarch Grand Elder and the other Grand Luo all looked at Wen Xian monk. After all, he was the one with the highest cultivation there. Naturally, Ning Chi and Ning Yi were also the targets of many Grand Luo. I don't think I've seen such an existence before, Master of Heartseeker said with a somber expression. Demons. A calm voice spoke. Everyone turned to look at Ning Chi, their faces filled with shock. In the immortal world, all the immortals knew about the great war between the immortals and demons. It was just that the immortals who had truly witnessed the great war between the immortals and demons were most likely the only immortals who had truly witnessed the demonic race. Hence, when they heard Ning Chi mention the word demonic race, Their hearts were filled with shock. Shock and astonishment. Brother Ning, you're saying that these things are demons? Master of Heartseeker's eyes moved slightly, his expression becoming even more somber. That can't be. Didn't the demons die out during the great war of immortals and demons? Even the legendary demonic continent was destroyed. Venerable Redfire mumbled to himself. The Jade Scroll he had seen not only recorded the Tiandao family, but also the demons. It said that the Tiandao family had led the demons to wipe them out. That's right. How could there still be demons in this world? Many of the Grand Luo looked doubtful, as if they did not quite believe Ning Qi's judgment. Ning Qi smiled and did not explain in detail. As an existence at the peak of the heavenly demon realm, he could change his immortal demon body at will. How could he not recognize that this was a group of demons who had been contaminated by demonic qi, lost their minds, and turned into demons? Only Qi Yi had the most confidence in Ning Qi. Since Ning Qi said that these beings were demons, he completely believed it. We can't let them get close to the valley. The demonic qi on them seems to be changing everything around them. Old man Changsho carefully observed that wherever these fellows walked past, not a single blade of grass would grow, and even the soil was pitch black. Ning Qi knew very well that demonic qi and immortal qi were two extremes. The composition of this secret realm was still immortal qi, and whether it was the soil or the weeds on the ground, they all had immortal qi in them. Now that they were tainted by demonic qi, they would naturally be converted. The Grand Luo looked at each other when they heard old man Changsho's reminder. Soon, some of them joined forces to attack the demons. The battle ended as quickly as it began. The demons did not last long against the combined might of over 100 Grand Luo before they were reduced to ashes. Fortunately, these monsters don't seem to be that strong. One of the Grand Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Master of Heartseeker, however, frowned deeply. Perhaps this is just the appetizer. Appetizer? Chapter 2809. Venerable Master, when Xian, Brother Ning, things aren't looking good right now. Even such a huge market was wiped out, and we don't have any mystic immortals here. Venerable Scarlet Flame chuckled bitterly in the stone pavilion. Everyone had gathered here this time, not to discuss Tao as they usually did, but to discuss the appearance of the demonic creatures. They still did not believe that it was the demons, but the Tiandao family's handiwork. A few heavily injured fellow Taoists came to us just now. I heard from them that the place they were staying at had been attacked by thousands of such demonic creatures. While their cultivation base was not that high, the aura they exuded was so frightening that one would lose their mind with a single touch. Longevity Elder said quietly, "I think." A look of hesitation appeared on the extreme monarch ancestor's face. "Why don't we just disperse here? The target of these demonic creatures seems to be a settlement like ours. If we split up, perhaps we can escape this calamity." Many Grand Luo nodded in agreement at his suggestion, finding it reasonable. Still, they naturally had to listen to Venerable Master when Xian's suggestion on the specifics. "Do you think that we can escape those demonic creatures, even if we split up?" Venerable Master when Xian smiled. "They must have summoned those demonic creatures for their so-called trial. We have to face them no matter where we run to. After all, this is their territory." That does make sense." The other Grand Luo exchanged looks. "How about this? Let's group up and set up a formation. We'll hold them off for as long as we can, and perhaps we could hold out until the trial ends." Venerable Master when Xian said. With that decision made, every Grand Luo unleashed their best moves, laying down one formation after another around the valley. There were illusory formations, killing formations, and layers upon layers of formations that resembled a sturdy fortress. Every Grand Luo breathed a sigh of relief when they were done, feeling a little more at ease. All of them. Help! A disheveled figure broke through the air, and before he arrived, His voice had already reached everyone's ears. Everyone's vigilant eyes fell on this figure, and then their expressions changed greatly. This was because this figure was followed by hundreds of demonic creatures. Damn it! Venerable Scarlet Flame roared in rage. Change directions. Don't lure the demonic creatures here. Release the formation. Let me in. The figure did not care at all, but he was blocked by the Grand Luo's formation. He roared. The Grand Luo's expressions did not look too good. They had just breathed a sigh of relief at the completion of the formation, but someone had immediately lured a horde of monsters over. No matter who it was, they would not be in a good mood. Ha ha ha! Since you won't let me in, let's die together. These formations were useless against these demonic creatures. It's useless. Seeing that he could not enter the valley, the figure suddenly laughed in despair. Apart from despair, there was also a hint of schadenfreude and mockery in his laughter. Following this, he turned and rushed towards the demonic creatures. However, before he could reach them, over 100 demonic creatures had gathered together, causing demonic chi to surge. Because of the heavens, he was instantly contaminated by the devil chi and became one of the devils. When the crowd saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Because of what the other party had said, their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. Our formation is ineffective against these demonic creatures? Impossible. He's lying to us. That's right. A formation is a formation. No matter what comes in, it would have to withstand the power contained within. How could it be ineffective? Many of the Grand Luo thought that they were lucky. However, it did not take long for reality to shatter their hopes. The demonic creatures were like a sharp blade, cutting through the valley like a hot knife through butter. Along the way, any formation that was contaminated by demonic chi would be instantly destroyed. That person was right. These formations were ineffective against the demonic creatures. When Exan Monk and the others finally understood why there were always settlements like theirs everywhere and why they were so easily destroyed by the monsters. Oh no, look over there. Before they knew it, apart from the demonic creatures in the south, a large group of black dots had appeared in the north as well. When they got closer, they realized that it was a troop of thousands of demonic creatures. The auras of these demonic creatures varied, and there might even be earth immortals or even heaven immortals among them. Venerable Red Flame's face turned pale. His head turned slowly as he looked towards the east and west. Just like the north, there were also large groups of demonic creatures advancing towards the valley. These demonic creatures weren't lured here by that fellow. They were planning to attack us from the very beginning. Old man Changsho gasped and could not help but exclaim. The rest of the Grand Luo did not look any better. Some of their faces were filled with despair, fear, and determination. No matter what, there seemed to be no way out for them. They could only fight it out with the demonic creatures before them. Big Brother Beishian, are we going to die here today? Qi Yi stood beside Ning Qi and smiled bitterly. Probably not. Although Ning Qi's expression was solemn, he did not panic at all. Qi Yi was slightly shocked when he saw that, but his eyes were filled with joy. Based on his understanding of Ning Qi, it was very likely that Ning Qi had a solution to their current predicament. The Tiandao family probably controls a fragment of the demonic continent. I wonder how big that fragment is. How does it compare to the immortal prison? Are there any survivors from the devil race comparable to immortal emperors? Ning Qi thought to himself. From the earliest appearance of the demonic creatures until now, Ning Qi was finally 90% sure that a fragment of the demonic continent had fallen into the hands of the Tiandao family after the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Otherwise, how could they make so many mindless demonic creatures appear here in such a short time? The number of demonic creatures increased, stacking like endless waves. The valley where Ning Qi and the others were, it was like a lone island in the midst of the waves, about to be drowned by the demonic creatures at any time. There are countless of them. There must be at least 100,000, right? We're doomed this time. Venerable Crimson Flame smiled bitterly. At that moment, a figure shot through the air. Everyone turned to see that it was Yu Gaoshan. He seemed to be planning to use some sort of divine power to escape from above. Boom! A red bolt of lightning landed on Yu Gaoshan. He did not even have time to react before he was turned into charcoal. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the south, only to see a 70 to 80 feet tall demonic creature slowly lowering its arm. Mystic immortal, Venerable Crimson Flame said with difficulty. It was a demonic creature that had turned into a mystic immortal. Hey, Brother Ning, where are you going? Suddenly, Venerable Crimson Flame and the others looked at Ning Qi. They saw Ning Qi leap a few times and arrive at the highest point of the valley. He slowly sat down cross-legged. In his sea of consciousness, for flying swords flew out and floated around him. Immortal Slaying Sword Array set. Chapter 2810. What is this? Sword array? Everyone looked at the 4 immortal slaying swords with a strange expression. Apart from Master Wen Xian and the other Grand Luo who knew of Ning Qi's prowess, the other Grand Luo who came later thought that Ning Qi only had an extraordinary background, which was why he was able to converse with Master Wen Xian and the others in the stone pavilion. Now that they saw a mere perfected golden immortal like Ning Qi suddenly laying down a sword array, they were delighted. He couldn't help but find it funny. What kind of joke was this? At this critical moment, was there still any use in setting up an array formation? Even the formations laid down by the grand heavenly immortals were rendered useless against them, much less a perfected golden immortal. Brother Ning, did you arrange this sword array with the intention of killing this group of devils? Venerable Crimson Flame mumbled to himself and subconsciously looked towards the other Grand Luo. Old Man Changsho and the other Grand Luo could not provide an answer either. Perhaps this is only our last effort. We should pull ourselves together and fight for a way out instead of sitting here and waiting for death. Old Man Changsho said softly. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Just now, Yu Gaoshan had soared into the sky, intending to escape from this place, but he had been killed by the demonic creature. Now that he was surrounded by the demonic creature army, there was nowhere to run. He could only fight to the death, and perhaps he would have a chance of survival. Protect me and don't do anything else. Suddenly, Ning Qi's voice rang out in the valley, reverberating endlessly. When everyone heard this, they were confused. You heard it. Don't move. At some point, Ning Yi had appeared among the Grand Luo. His gaze swept calmly across each Grand Luo, causing them to break out in goosebumps. Are you kidding me? This group of monsters is about to attack the valley. If we don't move, isn't it no different from suicide? One of the Grand Luo whispered. That's right. I'm not that stupid. The other Grand Luo snorted coldly and raised his hand, ready to cast an immortal art. But in the blink of an eye, he found that his arm had been grabbed by someone. What are you doing? The Grand Luo glared at Ning Yi in shock. Ning Yi's movements were too fast, so fast that he could not even react in time before his arm was grabbed. If Ning Yi had tried to kill him just now, would he not be dead by now? Who the hell was this guy? Everyone looked at this scene and their expressions changed. They had seen Ning Yi many times, but no one could see his real background. They only knew that he should be Ning Qi's guard. Now that Ning Yi had shown his extraordinary strength, they were shocked. You heard me. Don't move. Ning Yi said calmly. All right, I won't move. Let these monsters kill us. I want to see what kind of mysterious effects a sword formation set up by a perfected golden immortal can have. The Grand Luo was exasperated. Ning Yi calmly relaxed his hand, and everyone could clearly see that there was a black handprint on the Grand Luo's arm. There was a hint of wariness in their eyes when they looked at Ning Yi. Wen Xian, what do you say now? Venerable Red Flame and the other Grand Luo looked at Wen Xian with a hint of inquiry in their eyes. They too were curious about Ning Qi's actions. Why did he not let them move? Little did they know that the monsters were endless, and Ning Qi happened to realize that this was a good opportunity to accumulate merit points. If they killed a monster, Ning Qi would lose a portion of his merit points. Naturally, Ning Qi would not allow that to happen. There was no such thing as having too many merit points. Ning Qi would take as many as he had. He had such an idea after the Mahist mechanism technique appeared. He believed that there would be more good items in the Tower of Merit in the future, and if he did not accumulate merit points now, he might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Sirs, please believe in Big Brother Beishian. He must have his reasons for telling you not to attack. Qi Yi quickly cupped his fists and said, when Xian looked at Qi, then at Ning Qi, and finally at the 4 immortal swords. He then nodded and said, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps Brother Ning really does have a way to deal with these monsters. All right, since you've said so, I'll wait a little longer, Venerable Red Flame nodded. Meanwhile, the monsters from the south had already charged into the valley. Every Grand Luo felt their hearts in their mouths as they subconsciously looked at Ning Yi. We're all going to die if we don't act now. Damn it. Look. One of the Grand Luo exclaimed. The celestial sword that was stationed in the south was currently releasing a dazzling sword screen. Hundreds and thousands of sword qi plunged into the bodies of the demonic creatures like bolts of lightning. The demonic creatures let out painful roars, and with a bang they exploded into a cloud of black mist and disappeared from the world. The same thing was happening in the west, east, and north. Any monster that entered the range of the immortal slaying sword formation would be killed by the formation. The immortal energy within Ning Qi's body was constantly being consumed. For an ordinary gold immortal, that gold immortal would have long since been sucked dry. However, Ning Qi's immortal energy was countless times thicker. At the same time, the gate of hell subduing prison within his sea of wisdom was also continuously supplying Ning Qi's body. It was enough for him to continue presiding over the immortal slaying sword formation. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've been awarded 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've been awarded 10 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've been awarded 1,000 merit points. Even a mystic immortal converted monster would not be able to escape death after entering the immortal slaying sword formation. Everyone in the valley, including Master Wen Xian and the other Grand Luo, gaped at the sight before them. It was as if the place they were in had become the safest place in the world. No matter how many monsters there were outside, they would not be able to escape the fate of being slain by the immortal swords the moment they set foot in the valley. What kind of sword formation is that? Many Grand Luo looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. The monsters outside the valley were not frightening them at all. A sword formation laid down by a perfected golden immortal could actually slay those monsters that even Grand Luo would find difficult to handle. Even the mystic immortal monster that killed Yu Gaoshan in a split second was slain. Such a formation had exceeded everyone's understanding, which was why they found it terrifying. So this is Brother Ning's power. His combat ability is enough to slay mystic immortals. Venerable Red Flame mumbled to himself. Are all the prodigies on the heavenly Tao ranking this powerful? Doesn't that mean Wei Gongqi, the first on the golden immortal ranking, is stronger than Brother Ning? Chapter 28:11. Master Wen Xian, Grand Elder of the Extreme King Realm. How do you know that Wei Gangqi doesn't have such a technique? Could it be that you've seen Wei Gangqi with your own eyes? Elder Changsho asked curiously. He was born in the ghost realm, so he only had a smattering of knowledge about the heavenly Tao list in the celestial realm. He had always heard that the experts on the heavenly Tao list were very strong, but he had no idea how strong they were. Today, Ning Qi's immortal slaying sword formation had truly shocked him. He thought that the reason why Ning Qi was so powerful was because he was once ranked first on the earthly immortal ranking board. Naturally, he felt that Wei Gangqi, who was ranked first on the Golden Immortal ranking board, was stronger than Ning Qi because Ning Qi was currently not ranked on the Golden Immortal ranking board. I did indeed see it with my own eyes. If Wei Gang were to fight, then he would be able to exchange at least 100 blows with an ordinary initial stage Golden Immortal. If he possesses other trump cards, or trump cards that I don't know of, then the outcome of the battle might be 30% to 70%. Wei Gang would have 30%, while an ordinary Golden Immortal would have 70%. When Xian Monk said with a serious look, "What, only a 30% chance of winning? Is the number one on the Golden Immortal list so weak?" Old man Changsho could not believe it. The Extreme Monarch Grandmaster said, A 30% chance of winning is already very high. When you and I were young, we were able to fight people of lower realms, but did we ever fight people of higher realms? The other Grand Luo nodded subconsciously in response. The Extreme Monarch Patriarch was right. There was a huge gap between a Golden Immortal and a Grand Luo. A human immortal might be able to fight an Earth Immortal, but a Golden Immortal could fight a Grand Luo. According to Venerable Master Wen Xian, Wei Gang had a 30% chance of winning, which was enough to prove that he was the first on the Golden Immortal leaderboard. No, it was for nothing. However, the strength that Ning Qi displayed now was much stronger than Wei Gang's. That was why old man Changsho was so shocked. With Brother Ning's current strength, why isn't he listed on the Golden Immortal list? Venerable Scarlet Flame suddenly said. When everyone heard that, a look of doubt flashed in their eyes. Ning Qi's current techniques were much stronger than Wei Gangqi's. Why was Wei Gangqi the first on the Golden Immortal list, while Ning Qi had not made it into the list? The Heavenly Tao list has its own will. Perhaps Brother Ning wasn't able to enter the Heavenly Tao list for other reasons that you and I don't know. Master Wenxin said. Everyone felt that this was the only explanation. Apart from Master Wen Xian's group of Grand Luo, the other Grand Luo who came later were dumbstruck. There was only shock left in their hearts, and they could not speak a word. They had thought that Ning Qi was just an ordinary Golden Immortal full cycle who was able to spar with Master Wen Xian and the others because of his background. But now, reality had slapped them in the face. Ning Qi was able to spar with Grand Luo purely because of his own strength. Too powerful, be it men or women, young or old, Grand Luo, Golden Immortals, or Heavenly Immortals. All of them were immeasurably shocked by Ning Qi's sword formation. Who the hell is he? Many complicated gazes fell on Ning Qi. Countless demonic creatures surged into the valley. The valley should have been flooded by demonic creatures, but because of the 4 immortal slaying swords, not a single demonic creature could step into the valley. All of them were stopped outside the valley. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed, and Ning Qi's aura was gradually weakening. Maintaining the 4 immortal slaying swords took a huge toll. Ning Qi's ability to hold on for 8 days was already far beyond the average person. Even with the gates of prison suppression in his consciousness being continuously replenished, even his body was finding it hard to hold on. From the first day until now, even Ning Qi himself couldn't remember how many demonic creatures had died under Ning Qi's immortal slaying sword formation. All he knew was that his merit points had risen from more than 6,860,000 to more than 8 million. That was an increase of 1,200,000 merit points. Before this, Ning Qi would only receive 1 million merit points for killing an immortal emperor. That was because the system rewarded him with an additional 500,000 merit points, making it a total of 1,500,000 merit points. The merit points that these demonic creatures brought to Ning Qi had in fact exceeded the value of an immortal emperor. It's already the 8th day. Just how many of these demonic creatures are there? Brother Ning seems to be at his limit. Venerable Redfire glanced at the endless demonic creatures around him, and then looked at Ning Qi worriedly. If this goes on, we'll still die at the hands of the demonic creatures when Brother Ning runs out of strength. Old man Changsho sighed. Let's wait a little longer. Since they brought us here to participate in the trial, there's no reason for them not to give us a way out. Venerable when Xan spoke slowly. The group could only nod and wait patiently. Soon, another day had passed. On the 9th day, the group noticed that the number of demonic creatures seemed to be slowly decreasing. On the 13th day, when Ningqi's face was as white as a sheet of paper, the demonic creatures finally disappeared. At a glance, the land around the valley was pitch black, a sign that it was tainted by demonic qi. It's over. One of the Grand Luo asked, a little surprised. It's over. Venerable when Xan breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile on his face. At that moment, Qi Yi quickly ran to Ning Qi and asked nervously, Big Brother Beixian, are you all right? I'm a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. That's good. Qi Yi felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Many Grand Luo wanted to go forward to thank Ning Qi and befriend him, but were stopped by Venerable Red Fire and the others. Please return, everyone. Brother Ning needs to rest for a few days. It won't be too late to thank him when he's recovered. Venerable Red Fire smiled warily. Ning Qi's current state was clearly due to overexertion. Would it not be easy for any blind fool to suddenly kill him? Since Ning Qi had asked them to protect him, they would naturally fulfill their duty. Over the next few days, with Venerable when Xan at the lead, over 20 Grand Luo guarded Ning Qi. Not even a mosquito could get close to Ning Qi. In truth, even if Venerable when Xan and the others did not stop the other Grand Luo, Ningyi alone was enough to keep them at bay. 9 days later, Ning Qi's complexion had slowly regained its color. Phew! Chapter 2812. Half a year had passed since the last demonic invasion. During this time, many immortals had still managed to escape to seek help, but nothing like a demonic invasion had ever happened. That was until one day, half a year later, when a loud noise suddenly echoed from the skies. The first trial has ended. The first trial has ended. More than 7 million people participated in the trial, and more than 600,000 people passed. His voice reverberated throughout the trial grounds. Every immortal in every corner of the trial could hear him clearly. Could it be that over 6 million immortals have died in this demonic invasion? Isn't this trial a little too cruel? Reverend Red Flame's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. Longevity Old Man took a look at the trial steel and said, There are indeed fewer names on it. There were around 1 million before. But now there are only a few 100,000 left. The rest must have all died in this calamity. Such a trial, they really don't take humans seriously. The extreme monarch patriarch shook his head. Qi Yi began to understand why Ning Qi would call the Tiandao clan a clan of villains. From this point alone, one could see the ruthlessness of the Tiandao clan. It was a world of difference from those righteous and awe-inspiring immortal Dao sections. It was just like the actions of the Devil Path. Since the first trial has ended, I'm afraid it won't be long before the second trial begins, Venerable when Xan sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of beams of white light descended from the skies, instantly enveloping everyone in the valley. In the blink of an eye, everyone had disappeared. This was a long river that had no end in sight. The waves slapped against the shore and made splashing sounds. Above the long river, dense fog appeared, giving people a feeling that it was a fairyland. Where are we? Thousands of immortals looked at each other by the river. Some of them were merely heavenly immortals, some are golden immortals, and some are Grand Luo. There were even a few mystic immortals. Before this, they did not know each other, as if the immortals from different places had suddenly gathered together. Ning Qi looked around. Ning Qi looked up. Apart from the hordes of strangers, he also found Qi, Master when Xan, Venerable Red Flame, Grand Monarch, and a dozen other Grand Luo he was familiar with. However, none of the other Grand Luo who lived in the valley were present. Brother Ning, Monk Winexayen, I'm afraid that this is the second trial. I wonder what kind of rotten idea the Heavenly Tao clan will come up with. Everyone immediately gathered together. Venerable Scarlet Flame looked around and spoke in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. "Silence!" shouted the extreme monarch forefather. Everyone was startled. They followed his gaze and saw an immortal in a light blue robe standing not too far away. There was a special symbol on the immortal's body. It looked like the word Jiang, but it was different from the strokes of today. The character Jiang was more simple and unadorned, giving off a mysterious aura. To be able to survive the first stage of the trial, the Devil Calamity, I presume that you are all elites. However, if you want to become a disciple of our Tiandao clan, this is far from enough. In the mortal world, you might be elites, but in the Tiandao clan, you're still just a nobody. The green-robed immortal said, calmly. His voice seemed to be very soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The immortals, who were already somewhat bewildered, all looked at him when they heard his voice. The few profound immortals present exchanged glances with each other with a trace of solemnity in their eyes. The first stage of the trial, Devil Calamity? Could he be? May I ask who you are, Senior? The Xian immortals cupped their fists and said, solemnly. The green-robed immortal glanced at the crowd indifferently. He didn't even look at the Xian immortals. Instead, he said to the crowd, "You don't have the right to know my name right now. Once you pass the second trial, I will tell you. For now, all you need to know is that I'm from the Tiandao clan, the Jiang clan. Disciple." The crowd looked at each other. Although they felt that the green-robed immortals' words were a little arrogant, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction. They were suddenly brought here and had been here for so many years. They had long been fearful of the existence behind this place. The 3 words Heavenly Tao Clan had been very low-key in the mortal world in recent years. They had appeared very few times, but that didn't mean that no one knew about them. As time passed, the majority of the immortals came to understand that these 3 words represented a group of hidden immortal clans. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful. Some people guessed that even the Langya Immortal Emperor couldn't go against the Tiandao clan. They were puppets that the Tiandao clan had placed in the immortal world. Senior, may I ask what the second trial is about? A profound immortal asked. This river is called the Cultivation Heart River. It doesn't matter if you are an immortal emperor or a human immortal. Once you enter the Cultivation Heart River, you will become immortal. This is because the Cultivation Heart River can see through your true nature. In this river, your cultivation is useless. Everyone has the same starting point. If you can swim across this river alive, you will be considered as a human immortal. I passed the second test. The green-robed immortal said calmly, What? Even an immortal emperor will become immortal after entering this river? There's such a river in this world. Unbelievable. Is he lying to us? Did he just set up some kind of restriction spell to suppress our cultivation? The immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Some even suspected that the green-robed immortal was lying to them and exaggerating. The other trials should have started already. Don't waste any more time. Enter the river. If you're still on the shore after 10 breaths, it means that you're as timid as a mouse. There's no point in living. I'll personally send you on your way. The green-robed immortal said calmly, Yes, Senior. A few profound immortals were the most decisive. They looked at each other and entered the Cultivation Heart River. The others wanted to see what was going on, but they were shrouded in mist the moment they entered the river. They couldn't see them at all. Only after entering the Cultivation Heart River will you be able to see the people in it. The green-robed immortal said calmly. He paused. 8 breaths left. Everyone looked at each other. Many gritted their teeth and entered the Cultivation Heart River. Big Brother Bei Xian, what about us? Qi Yi looked at Ning Qi. He felt that since the Tiandao clan was a lowly clan, there was no need for them to accept their trial. They could leave boldly. As for the green-robed immortal, Chi Yi didn't think he was Ning Chi's match at all. Chi Yi thought too highly of Ning Chi. Ning Chi had already checked the green-robed immortal's attributes and knew that his name was Jiang Haitao. He was an early-stage immortal lord. Even if he used all his trump cards and joined forces with Ning Yi, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Chapter 28:13. Just as Ning Chi and the others were about to enter the river, Jiang Haitao's voice came from behind. Wait! Everyone was slightly stunned. When Xian and the other Grand Luo exchanged glances, could Jiang Haitao have seen through Ning Chi's talent and was planning to recruit him into the Tiandao clan? Otherwise, why would he call out to them now? What's your name? Jiang Haitao looked at Ning Yi with a hint of curiosity. He realized that even as an early-stage immortal lord, he could not see through this fellow's cultivation level. This meant that the other party either had a higher cultivation level than him, or had cultivated some extremely profound aura-concealing technique. Ning Yi remained expressionless and did not answer Jiang Haitao's question. Quite a temper, huh? Jiang Haitao's lips curled up slightly as a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. 10 breaths are almost up, senior. Ning Yi suddenly spoke. He was not the one who wanted to say that, but Ning Chi had him say it. Let's go. Jiang Haitao sneered. Since it was a rule set by him, it would not be good to violate it. Otherwise, it would make his words seem unconvincing. Hearing that, everyone immediately entered the cultivation river to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. After Ning Chi and the others disappeared into the cultivation river, Jiang Haitao muttered to himself in confusion. Not only can I not see through this person's cultivation, I can't even tell if he's a human or a demon. How strange! When Xian and the other Grand Luo immediately understood how terrifying the cultivation river was once they entered the water, even though they were Grand Luo golden immortals, it was as if the spirit chi within their bodies had been completely absorbed after entering the water. Even their physical bodies had returned to the state before they started cultivating mortals. Moreover, after entering the cultivation river, they could clearly see the situation around them. The immortals who entered the river before were basically doing their best to swim towards the endless shore. Oh no, I don't know how to swim. An exclamation was heard. Venerable Scarlet Flame's eyes showed a hint of panic as his hands kept flapping on the surface of the water. Only after entering the water did he realize that he could not swim freely after losing his cultivation. That was because he had never learned how to swim. Just as Venerable Scarlet Flame was about to sink, a large hand grabbed him and scooped him up. Imagine yourself as a fish. Even mortals know how to swim. As a Grand Luo, you should be able to learn it very quickly. Ning Chi laughed. Venerable Scarlet Flame glanced at Ning Chi with a lingering fear in his heart and said with a bitter smile, "Thank you, Brother Ning." If it weren't for Ning Chi, he would have sunk. Even if he didn't die, he would have to drink a few mouthfuls of the cultivation river water. Who knew if the water was poisonous? After all, this water could turn people into mortals. If they drank a mouthful, they might not be able to recover their cultivation in the future. Apart from Venerable Red Flame, Venerable Master Wen Xian, and the rest of the Grand Luo Realm cultivators were all adept at swimming. They were less than 10 feet away from each other as they swam towards the other side of the cultivation river. After swimming for several thousand feet, Venerable Red Flame had already learned how to swim. Although his speed was slightly slower than the rest, at least he did not need Ning Chi's help anymore. Help! Nearby, a Grand Luo suddenly cried out in panic and quickly grabbed hold of the fellow closest to him, stopping him from swimming at all. Both of them could sink into the cultivation river. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at them with a hint of fear on their faces. At first, they thought that there was some sort of monster in the cultivation river, but after looking for a while, they realized that the Grand Luo's stamina had run out, which was why they had managed to grab hold of the nearest life-saving straw. They're all going to drown like this. Venerable Master Wen Xian said solemnly. The expressions of the extreme monarch great elder and the others did not look any better. Almost everyone who saw this thought came to the same conclusion. The cultivation river had turned them into mortals, which meant that their physical strength was their weakness. Many of them might not even be able to swim to the other side. They would end up like that Deluo and run out of physical strength. Then they would drown in the cultivation river. Let go of me. Save me, I'm out of strength. Damn it. The being that was grabbed took out a dagger out of nowhere and stabbed it straight into the Grand Luo's chest. The Grand Luo's eyes bulged out like a fish's, and he growled in a low, resentful voice. I'll drag you down with me even if I die. Soon, the two figures, entangled with each other, sank into the cultivation river. The surface of the river merely bubbled a few times, and there was no more movement. Everyone continued swimming with ugly expressions at the sight. It was as if they could see their future in this scene. Is your cultivation suppressed? Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. I'm a puppet to begin with. Where did my cultivation come from? At this moment, Ning Yi was leisurely walking at the bottom of the cultivation heart river. His methods were not suppressed by the cultivation heart river. After Ning Qi received this news, he heaved a sigh of relief. With Ning Yi here, they did not need to worry about running out of strength. 3 days later, Venerable Red Flame's stamina was starting to run out, and Venerable Master Wen Xian and the others were not much better. They could last for 3 days, which was already much better than those who ran out of stamina on the first day. Those beings might have been weak when they were still mortals, and only embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. With their current strength, they were now turned back into mortals by the cultivation river. They could only die here with hatred. I'm running out of strength. You guys go first. Venerable Red Flame floated up and down a few times before struggling to swim a little. He raised his head and shouted at Ning Qi and the others. Let's go together. Venerable Master Wen Xian sighed and swam to Venerable Red Flame's side. He did not touch Venerable Red Flame on his own. Instead, he planned to pull Venerable Red Flame when he ran out of stamina. This way, Venerable Red Flame could recover some of his strength. When I run out of stamina, you guys can pull me. You guys are going to die anyway. Forget it. Venerable Red Flame sighed again. How wide do you think this cultivation river is? How long do you think it will take for us to reach the shore? Ning Qi suddenly asked. I don't know. From the looks of it, it will probably take another 3 to 5 days to reach the shore. Old Man Changsho said while panting. Ning Yi, we can start now. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. Ning Yi, who was following the crowd underwater, received Ning Qi's signal. He immediately made a grabbing motion with both of his hands. Then, the cultivation river suddenly became turbulent. Before Wen Xian Monk and the rest could react, a huge wave was set off below them and swept them away. What's going on? Chapter 28:14. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No. I saw it too. Didn't they say that one would become immortal after entering the cultivation river? How could those guys ride the waves? I'm afraid they have other tricks up their sleeves. Even the cultivation river can't completely suppress their cultivation. Those who saw Ning Qi and the others riding the waves looked at each other. Their faces were filled with anger as if they had been played. They were struggling to swim like mortals. But the other party could ride the waves directly to the other side. The difference was too big. It was not fair at all. After recovering from their shock, Wen Xian and the other Grand Luo looked at Ning Qi, vaguely guessing who the culprit was. Ning Yi had never resurfaced after entering the water, and Qi Yi had even asked if Ning Yi had drowned. Now, it seemed that Ning Yi was the culprit. Now, it seemed that Ning Yi had other tricks up his sleeves. Not only could he breathe underwater, but he also preserved a part of his mystical power. In less than 6 hours, Everyone saw the horizon rising in the opposite direction. Venerable Scarlet Flame was surprised. "We're almost on the shore." Apart from them, there was no one else on the Cultivation Heart River. Everyone knew that they were the fastest group of cultivators. The rest of the cultivators were still swimming behind them. 10 minutes later, everyone came ashore. Before Ning Chi came ashore, he had already placed Ning Yi into his spatial bag. Unlike humans, Ning Yi was a puppet and could stay in the spatial bag at any time. This time, Ning Yi had cheated. If there were disciples of the Heavenly Tao clan waiting here, they would be discovered. It might also expose Ning Yi's existence. Jian Haitao already had some doubts about Ning Yi's identity. "So we've passed the second test? What's next?" Venerable Scarlet Flame looked around after coming ashore. He could not help but feel puzzled when he saw that there was no one around. Maybe even the green-robed immortal is not here? Old Man Changsho said after some thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew over and landed in front of everyone. Old Man Changsho had guessed correctly. It was Jiang Haitao. "What's wrong with you guys?" Jiang Haitao sized up the crowd with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Senior, have we passed the second test?" Venerable Scarlet Flame asked cautiously. "We did pass, but aren't you guys a little too fast? What's going on?" Jiang Haitao frowned. Everyone looked at each other with a confused look on their faces. It seemed that being able to live for so long meant that they were all smart people. "Hey, where did the other guy go?" Jiang Haitao's attention was suddenly diverted. He looked around, but he didn't find any trace of Ning Yi. His expression suddenly became a little ugly. After passing the first trial, the Devil Disaster, from the second trial onwards, he would be responsible for guiding Ning Chi's group of ginseng to participate in the trial. If he could filter out those with extremely high talent, he would also receive a reward from the family. Ning Yi could not even be seen through by him, so Jiang Haitao would naturally pay more attention to him. When he saw Ning Yi's figure, it was this group of people that he didn't think highly of who went ashore first. "Yeah, where's Ning Yi?" Heartseeker and the other Grand Luo looked at each other. No matter how hard they tried to hide their thoughts, there was an uncontrollable hint of surprise in their eyes. It was probably all thanks to Ning Yi that they were able to reach the shore so quickly. But now they were already ashore, and Ning Yi was nowhere to be seen. "Maybe he's drowned," Ning Chi smiled and said. When everyone saw this, their hearts trembled as their countenances gradually calmed down. Ning Yi was definitely not dead. If not, Ning Chi's attitude wouldn't be so calm. However, this was something they knew. But this disciple of the Heavenly Tao clan in front of them definitely didn't know. Since Ning Chi was so calm, it meant that Ning Yi's whereabouts might have changed, and they naturally would not expose Ning Chi. "Drowned? You guys didn't drown, so how could he? I've participated in no less than 10 trials, and I've never been wrong." Jiang Haitao scoffed coldly. He then walked to the shore, and his eyes suddenly burned with flames. Then 2 rays of red light entered the Cultivation Heart River, as if he was checking out the situation inside. Everyone instantly understood Jiang Haitao's methods a little better when they saw that. They recovered their cultivation after reaching the shore. With his cultivation, he still couldn't see the situation inside the Cultivation River. However, Jiang Haitao could clearly see it, and he could see very far. This was the difference between the two of them. He really didn't. Maybe he encountered something that slowed him down. Jiang Haitao mumbled to himself. "Senior, how will the following trials be arranged? How many trials are there?" Old Man Changsho cupped his fists and asked. "You've all passed the second trial, so you're qualified to know my name. I'm Jiang Haitao, a disciple of the Jiang family of the Heavenly Tao clan. The trials of the Heavenly Tao clan have a total of 4 trials. The first trial is the demonic disaster, the second trial is the cultivation of the heart, the third trial is a battle royale, and the fourth trial is the 9 steps to heaven." Jiang Haitao said calmly, "If you can pass the third trial, then you've basically passed the trial. The fourth trial is the 9 steps to heaven, and it's to check your qualifications. If your qualifications are good, then you'll be given an opportunity once you enter the Heavenly Tao clan. A battle royale? Everyone heard the key words. It sounded like a battle royale was not good. Senior Jiang, what kind of opportunity is it? Master, when Xian suddenly asked. Jiang Haitao glanced at him with a faint smile. You're a late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal who has attained the 17th Tao fruit. If you can reach the 7th step of the 9 steps to heaven, you'll be qualified to enter the Tao fruit mystic realm. No matter how weak you are, you'll get 1 more Tao fruit. If your qualifications are good enough, you might be able to bear 3 Tao fruits after coming out of the Tao fruit arcane realm, and your qualifications will rise to another level. He paused and looked at Ningqi. You're a perfected golden immortal, so the Tao fruit arcane realm will be of great help to you. It will increase your chances of attaining Tao fruits, and the number of Tao fruits you'll get will be slightly more than outside. As for how much more, it still depends on your qualifications. Ningqi was slightly taken aback. Tao fruit arcane realm? There was such a place in the Heavenly Tao clan. If Jiang Haitao was not lying, wouldn't it be of great help to him in breaking through to the Zenith Immortal Realm? For a moment, Ningqi hesitated. He had planned to use this opportunity to escape, but the Jiang family's Tao fruit arcane realm. Perhaps it could help him advance to the Zenith Immortal Realm. Master, when Xan and the other Zenith Immortals stood where they were, staring blankly at Jiang Haitao, seemingly still digesting what he had just said. Chapter 28:15. Jiang Haitao took in the expressions of the Master of Heart Inquisitor and the other Grand Luo, and simply sneered and said flatly, Don't think that the Providence is easy. With your talents, you might not even make it past the 3rd stage. And even if you did, you would at most stop at the 3rd step of the 9 stairways. When Venerable Scarlet Flame heard this, he shamelessly smiled and said, Senior Jiang, since there are still people who haven't come ashore, why don't you tell us more about the Heavenly Tao clan? For example, the 9 steps to heaven? If we become descendants of the Heavenly Tao clan in the future, apart from being able to enter the Tao fruit mystic realm, what other opportunities will we have? When the other Grand Luo heard that, there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Haitao expectantly. Jiang Haitao glanced at them indifferently. Let me put it this way. If you are able to walk up to the 1st step, you can become a disciple of the Tiandao family. However, you will at most be considered as an outer disciple. Whether or not anyone is willing to accept you as a disciple will depend on your luck. At the very least, your cultivation resources will be at least 3 to 5 times more than those in the outside world. Pausing for a while, Jiang Haitao continued, If you can make it to the 4th step, you will become an inner disciple of the Tiandao family clan. We will arrange a Tai realm master for you. If you can make it to the 7th step, not only will you be able to enter the Tao fruit arcane realm, you will also be given a family name and become a true disciple of the Tiandao family clan. At that time, there will be immortal monarchs who will be willing to accept you as disciples. As for the 9th step, in the past, very few people were able to reach this level. However, this time the chances are much higher. At least 7 fellows have the chance to reach the 9th step. With such talents, they can be accepted as disciples by immortal emperors. Immortal monarch? Immortal emperor? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Then they looked at Jiang Haitao suspiciously. Venerable Scarlet Flame smiled awkwardly and said, Senior Jiang, is what you said true? According to our knowledge, there seems to be only one immortal emperor in the immortal dimension now, right? Jiang Haitao shot Venerable Crimson Flame a dismissive glance and abruptly released and retracted his aura. In the very next instant, everyone could not help but stumble a few steps back, with several Grand Luo even coughing up blood and clutching their chests, staring at Jiang Haitao in disbelief. You're an immortal lord? When Xian exclaimed in shock. He's an immortal lord? How is this possible? Could it be that the Tiandao clan is so powerful that they have an immortal monarch whose name we don't even know? Old Man Changsho, the extreme monarch grand elder, venerable Crimson Flame, and the other Grand Luo were all shocked by what they saw. At the same time, they were still doubtful of Jiang Haitao's strength. In fact, any Xian immortal could hurt someone with his aura. Maybe when Exan monk was wrong? After all, when Exan hermit was only a late-stage almighty immortal. Perhaps he had never seen an immortal monarch before. Jiang Haitao's aura also caused the blood in Ning Qi's body to surge. However, he only took a few steps back before it was completely offset. Compared to Jiang Bing, Jiang Haitao's strength was still slightly inferior. Not bad. You have good eyesight. Have you seen an immortal before? Jiang Haitao glanced at Wen Exan with a surprised look. Wen Exan hermit hurriedly replied respectfully, I've seen immortal monarch by D from afar. White Emperor Ning Qi sighed in his heart. He did not expect Wen Qin monk to have met the White Emperor. Immortal monarch by D? Jiang Haitao's expression changed slightly. He seemed a little unnatural. Yes, he has also participated in the trial. I've mentioned that there are 7 people who have a chance to reach the 9th step. He is one of them. The crowd gasped. They did not expect that even an immortal monarch would be caught for the trial. Their impression of the Tiandao clan changed drastically. You can't imagine the strength of our Tiandao clan. You said that there is only one immortal emperor in the immortal world. You must be referring to Langya, right? Jiang Haitao looked at Honorable Red Flame and smiled. Without waiting for Honorable Red Flame to answer, he continued, I've seen Langya a few times. He was able to become an immortal emperor because of the Dao Talisman secret realm of our Tiandao clan. Without the Dao Talisman secret realm, he would never be able to comprehend the Dao Talisman and become an immortal emperor. Even our Jiang clan has 26 immortal emperors. There are more than 300 immortal monarchs like me. Dao Talisman secret realm? The crowd could not wrap their heads around the term because they did not know that there was an even stronger force than the Dao energy in this world, and that was the Dao Talisman. However, Jiang Haitao said that there were 300 immortal monarchs like him in the Jiang family, and there were even 26 immortal emperors. This news completely shocked everyone on the spot, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a long time, because the information that Jiang Haitao said was too shocking and completely beyond their imagination. It was beyond their imagination. Before this, they thought that there was only one immortal emperor in the immortal world and only a few dozen immortal monarchs. If what he said is true, will we really have the chance to become an immortal monarch's disciple? Or even become an immortal emperor's disciple? The crowd regained their senses and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with passion. Seeing this, Jiang Haitao let out a disdainful smile. However, when Exan monk and the others did not care. No matter if they were qualified to step onto the 7th or even the 9th step, there was always a chance. As long as there was hope, it was enough. I didn't know that the Tiandao clan was so powerful. Then Brother Beixian, Qi Yi looked at Ning Qi worriedly. Even though he was confident in Ning Qi, he could not help but worry when Ning Qi became enemies with such a force. Another 3 days passed. Finally, someone swam to the shore in a sorry state. He was on the verge of death when he was in the cultivation river, but he recovered his cultivation as soon as he reached the shore. The crowd recognized him. He was one of the only mystic immortals among the thousands of cultivators. 1. How did you? He looked at Ning Qi and the others in shock, as if he did not expect to fall behind them. When he was still immortal, he was gifted and his body was much better than ordinary people. That was why he could last so long and swim to the shore in such a short period of time. The Master of Heartseek and the other Grand Luo saw how shocked he was, and knew that he clearly did not see the sight of them riding the waves. 6 days. That's a decent speed. Let's wait. Jiang Haitao said calmly. Only now did the man see Jiang Haitao. His expression changed, and he respectfully bowed and stood to the side. However, his gaze continued to wander over Ning Qi and the others. Since this river was one of the trials, the earlier they reached the shore, the better their results would be. He wanted to see how Ning Qi and the others could beat him. They had to be earlier. You guys just arrived, right? After a while, the man suddenly approached Xian and asked in a low voice, "It's been 3 days." Xian said with a smile, Chapter 28:16. 3 days? How could he have arrived 3 days earlier than me? The other party was shocked and doubtful, but when he saw that Jiang Haitao did not refute him, he immediately knew that Venerable Master Xian was not lying. "How should I address you? I am Su Jinglei from the Brahma Heaven Mystic Realm." The mystic immortal retracted the shock in his eyes and smiled at the crowd. "Venerable Master Xian, Reverend Scarlet Flame, Old Man Changsho, Extreme Sovereign Ancestor." After the crowd introduced themselves, Qi was about to speak when he noticed Su Jinglei glancing at him and Ning Qi before engaging in a heated conversation with Venerable Master Xian and the others, as if he did not want to know Ning Qi and Qi Ye's names at all. It's best to keep a low profile. Attracting too much attention will easily attract hatred. Ning Qi smiled at Qi, his lips moving slightly. Qi Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation as he slowly understood the meaning behind Ning Qi's words. He nodded at Ning Qi with a smile. Another half a day passed. None of the other mystic immortals died in the cultivation river, and all of them made it to the shore safely. On the second day, dozens of Grand Luo made it to the shore, and a few days later, more and more immortals made it to the shore. There was no lack of heavenly immortals, or even earth immortals amongst them. It should be noted that many Grand Luo had drowned in the cultivation river due to lack of stamina. Therefore, the fact that they could come ashore meant that their physique and willpower were stronger than these Grand Luo when they were mortals. 7 days later, out of the thousands of people, only about 300 reached the shore. It had been several days since anyone managed to swim to the shore. Jiang Haitao stood in front of everyone with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Finally, the corner of his lips curled up slightly. "I thought that there would be at most 200 of you here. I didn't expect there to be 300. The quality of this batch is not bad." The crowd was secretly delighted when they heard that. Then Jiang Haitao's tone changed. "But don't be too happy just yet. The third trial is a free-for-all. You'll be thrown into a battlefield where there's a fruit called the Tao Protector Fruit. It's very beneficial to immortals below primordial immortal level. You've arrived. Once you've arrived, do your best to find the Tao Protector Fruit. If there are less than 10 or you die, you will fail the trial. If there are more than 10 and you come out alive, you will pass the trial. Understood?" "What, Tao Guardian Fruit?" Su Jinglei's eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Didn't the Tao Guardian Fruit go extinct a long time ago? There's a Tao Guardian Fruit here?" After the shock, his eyes revealed an uncontrollable look of ecstasy. The rest were a little confused, but looking at Su Jinglei's expression, they knew that this fruit was extraordinary, and their hearts started to burn. "Oh, you know about the Guardian Fruit?" Jiang Haitao looked at Su Jinglei in surprise. "Senior, I accidentally learned of the existence of this fruit. It's said that before the great war of immortals and demons, the immortal world wasn't as desolate as it is now. At that time, there were countless almighty beings, and the treasures of heaven and earth in the world were much more abundant than it is now. The Tao Protector Fruit is one of them. It can increase one's chances of attaining the Tao. Even if one has already attained the Tao Fruit, this fruit can still strengthen the Tao Fruit to a certain extent. It can even help a grand heavenly immortal advance into the profound immortal realm. And if a profound immortal consumes it, it can increase the power of the great Tao." Su Jinglei said respectfully, "Not bad, you know quite a lot." Jiang Haitao smiled. Su Jinglei smiled modestly as a pleased look flashed across his face. When everyone heard that there was actually such a strange fruit in this world, they were incomparably shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they came to a sudden realization. Just from this point, they could see how deep the Tiandao family's background was. To be able to nurture so many experts, they most likely had many heavenly materials that were already extinct in the eyes of outsiders. The battlefield that you are going to is actually a secret plane. Every time a secret plane within a secret plane is opened, it consumes a lot of cultivation resources. That includes the place you are standing on right now. For the sake of opening this place, our Tiandao family has used up a lot of cultivation resources. It far exceeds your imagination. Take care of yourself. Jiang Haitao smiled as his gaze landed on Su Jinglei. Your name is Su Jinglei, right? Exactly. Su Jinglei quickly cupped his hands. 80% of what you said about the Tao Protector fruit is true, but I'm afraid you don't know the remaining 20%. Jiang Haitao smiled. The Tao Protector fruit's medicinal properties are extremely strong. Unless you are a physique cultivator, if you consume it, your meridians will explode and you will die. So you can forget about your little plans. Bring out the Tao Protector fruit. If you consume more than 10, we will give you other rewards for entering the 4th trial. If you consume less than 10, we will use other cultivation resources to exchange for it. Do you understand? Everyone was slightly startled. Only now did they understand why the Tiandao family would allow them to enter that place. They were not afraid that they would consume it without permission. Jiang Haitao's words could be easily tested. There was no need to lie to them. Under Jiang Haitao's lead, the group flew across the sky. After about a month, they finally arrived at a giant mountain shrouded in fog. The peak of the mountain was so high that it pierced through the clouds. What the group could see was only the middle of the mountain. By the time Ning Qi and the others arrived, there were already many people who were a step ahead of them. Just like Ning Qi and the others, this group of people also had a guide similar to Jiang Haitao. When they arrived, a faint, hostile gaze immediately swept over them. Since everyone had come here, they were all competitors, so it was normal for there to be a trace of hostility. Even Ning Qi's own team wasn't a peaceful one. 100, 200, 300, 500 over. Isn't that too terrifying? Are these 500 over immortal lords? Could it be that there are other families besides the Jiang family in the Tiandao family? Reverend Scarlet Flame stood beside Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with shock. He saw that the 500 over teams had leaders who seemed to have the same aura as Jiang Haitao. Indeed, look at their clothing. They are not the same. When Xin muttered to herself, Jiang Haitao glanced at the two of them. There's no harm in telling you. There are a total of 9 Tiandao families. 9 families. Everyone looked at each other in shock. If the Jiang family had 300 immortal lords and 26 immortal emperors, then the total number of immortal lords and immortal emperors from the 9 families was too terrifying. Chapter 28:17. As soon as Jiang Haitao left, everyone gathered together and discussed in low voices. Venerable Red Flame raised a question that everyone was concerned about. Everyone look. Not only are there profound immortal seniors participating in this trial, there are also primordial immortals. Even White Emperor Immortal Lord is participating in this trial with us. If we were to encounter them in this trial, would we be able to survive? Venerable Red Flame lowered his voice and glanced into the distance as he spoke. There were a few groups of people with auras that were several times stronger than profound immortals. That's right. This is extremely unfair to us. Old man Changsho stroked his beard and nodded with a solemn expression. Perhaps immortals of different cultivation levels will enter different secret realms. Since it's a trial, there's no reason for low-level immortals to fight high-level immortals, right? Just like when I first entered this place, the town I appeared in was filled with profound immortals without any primordial immortals. Su Jinglei said in a low voice, Brother Su's right. The other 3 profound immortals nodded with a smile. Many Zenith Heaven immortals nodded in agreement. Senior is right. Big Brother Beishan, do you think he's right? Would the Tiandao clan let us enter different secret realms? Qi, who had been standing beside Ning Qi, could not help but ask Ning Qi through voice transmission after hearing Su Jinglei's speculation. Compared to Su Jinglei, he trusted Ning Qi's judgment more. It's 50-50. He might have guessed correctly, but as for the specifics, even I can't guess what the Tiandao clan is thinking. Ning Qi smiled and kept looking around. Finally, he saw a few familiar figures, including Yu Tianlan and his wife whom he first met in the small town. What surprised him even more was that Lu Shufan was not dead. He had clearly seen Ning Qi as well, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. He was whispering something to a profound immortal beside him. The profound immortal nodded slightly and looked at Ning Qi coldly. Brother Wu? Yu Tianlan and his wife walked up to Ning Qi in surprise. It's been a while, you two. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He was a little curious. The two did not seem to have any injuries, but they were able to survive the demon disaster and pass the second trial. Brother Wu, are they your friends? Venerable Scarlet Flame laughed. They were the only ones who knew Ning Qi's real name. Su Jinglei and the rest didn't know that Ning Qi was Ning Beixian. Even in front of Jiang Haitao, they called Ning Qi by his fake name. Yes, we met when we first arrived here. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling felt a little emotional when they saw that. Zenith Heaven and Ning Qi were brothers, which further proved that Ning Qi was extraordinary. After talking for a while, Ning Qi suddenly closed his mouth and looked in a certain direction. He saw Lu Shufan walking towards them with a cold expression behind a profound immortal. Su Jinglei and the others were also attracted by the Xian immortal. It was because her aura was top-notch even among profound immortals. She seemed to be a perfected profound immortal and could advance to primordial immortal at any time. As she walked, she carried a trace of incomparably strong, great Tao energy. Apart from that, she was also an extremely beautiful, profound immortal. Her cold and elegant face attracted the gazes of the surrounding immortals. Even a few grand immortals couldn't help but look at her from afar. That's Lu Shufan. Although Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling were also shocked by her appearance, they immediately noticed Lu Shufan behind her. Their expressions changed, and they subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Lu Shufan was chased out of the small town by Ning Qi. They didn't expect that he didn't die in the mouth of the evil beast. Now, a profound immortal came with a cold smile on his face. It was obvious that he was here to take revenge. What a strong aura. I wonder where this woman came from. Even among the profound immortals. She must be a first-class talent, right? Venerable Red Flame and the others looked at the female profound immortal in shock. In the distance, for primordial immortals stood together. They were an old woman with a flower basket, an old man with a dragon-headed staff, a young man, and a child who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. However, no other immortals dared to get within 300 feet of them, and everyone kept their distance. This was because everyone in the immortal world knew where these 4 people came from. They were known as the 4 immortals of the evil path. Even some grand immortals didn't want to stand too close to them. They looked at them with a hint of fear in their eyes. From this, one could see the style of these 4 people. The old woman selling flowers. If I'm not mistaken, that girl should be Ji Sijuan, 9th on the ranking of mysterious immortals. The old man holding the dragon-headed staff said slowly, "Yes, it's her. The Ji family she belongs to is the main branch of the Ji family of the Langyet immortal domain. I heard that they are inextricably linked to the Tiandao family. Just the Ji family alone has no less than 100 people entering the trial this time." The old woman selling flowers didn't speak. Instead, it was the grand immortal who looked like a child who spoke lightly. "Ha, what a pretty face." The young man licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a hint of passion. "Lady, may I know your name?" Su Jinglei glared at Ji Sijuan for a few times before revealing a faint smile and cupping his fists. The other profound immortals stepped forward as well. In their opinion, Ji Sijuan was probably here for them. After all, only the four of them were profound immortals. Ji Sijuan glanced at Su Jinglei and ignored him. Her eyes fell on Ning Qi and said, "Is it him?" "Auntie, that's him." Lu Shufan nodded and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Su Jinglei was startled and felt awkward. He didn't expect Ji Sijuan to ignore him and come for Ning Qi, a golden immortal perfection stage. However, it was obvious from her short words that she came with ill intentions. Everyone was shocked by this scene. When Xian and the other grand immortals exchanged glances and saw the worry in each other's eyes. "What's your name?" Ji Sijuan opened her red lips and asked Ning Qi. "Wu Yin." Ning Qi smiled. "Wu Yin, I'll remember this. Back then, you threw my nephew out of the town and wanted to kill him with the help of a ferocious beast. Is that true?" Ji Sijuan said calmly. "I see." Everyone came to a sudden realization. The immortals who were paying attention to the situation looked at Ning Qi with a hint of pity. Although Ning Qi didn't directly offend an profound immortal, he did offend a junior of one. He would probably be targeted in the upcoming battle. "I thought he would die in the mouth of the ferocious beast. I didn't expect him to survive. What a pity." Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 28:18. Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling looked at each other. Then Yu Tianlan looked at Ning Qi, wanting to say something but hesitating on second thought. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Ning Qi, they might have been driven out of the town by Lu Shufan and died in the mouths of evil beasts. "Brother Bei Xian, she's so arrogant." Qi Yi coldly looked at Ji Sijuan's back and said. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't care about Ji Sijuan's threat at all. If it wasn't for the fact that there were hundreds of immortal monarchs from the Tiandao clan here, he would have laid down the immortal slaying sword formation on the spot and killed her directly. As for a character like Lu Shufan, Ning Qi didn't care about him at all. Perhaps Qi Ye's voice was a little loud, but Ji Sijuan heard it. Her departing figure paused for a moment, and then, under everyone's surprised gaze, she turned around and walked towards Ning Qi. Lu Shufan was slightly startled, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Su Jinglei and the other 3 Xian immortals glanced at each other, then at Qi Yi with a trace of mockery in their eyes. They had seen many golden immortals who were like newborn calves that were not afraid of tigers. They either continued to be insolent because of their powerful background, or they had already paid the price for their words. Obviously, Qi Yi belonged to the latter. From Su Jinglei's point of view, Qi had no background other than master when Xian and the other Dalio. How could he be Ji Sijuan's opponent? What did you just say? I can't hear you clearly. Say it again. Ji Sijuan indifferently looked at Qi Yi. Lu Shufan looked at Ning Qi mockingly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a provocative smile. He transmitted his voice and said, I admit that your methods are stronger than mine. However, since you've met my aunt, you'll definitely die today. Pausing for a moment, he looked around. Your follower isn't here? Oh, he should have died in the first round of the trial, right? What a pity. To die so easily, it's really letting him off easy. Not good. When Xian and the other Grand Luo looked at each other, they did not expect Qi Ye's words to make him turn back. If they had known, they would have covered Qi Ye's mouth just now. After all, a loose tongue could cause trouble. Senior, this junior is insensible. Please don't take offense. When Xian, Monk stepped forward and cupped his fists. Do you have the right to talk to me? Ji Sijuan glanced at when Xian coldly. When Xian Hermit was slightly startled, and a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Venerable Crimson Flame and the other Grand Luo had ugly expressions on their faces as well. They thought to themselves that Qi Yi was right. This woman was simply too insolent. I'll say it again. I said that this woman is very arrogant. I wonder if Senior heard it clearly? Chi Yi stared at Ji Sijuan and said coldly, "You think I won't dare to kill you here?" Ji Sijuan's expression slightly changed. She didn't expect Chi to be so bold as to actually repeat his words. "Sijuan, don't fight here. Wait until the third trial begins, then kill these two brats." A young man in white slowly walked up to Ji Sijuan. His aura was much stronger than Ji Sijuan's. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They had already sentenced Ning Qi and Qi to death. There was no way they could survive being targeted by a perfect Xian immortal and a Tai. As soon as the young man in white appeared, Su Jinglei and the other three immediately showed a hint of respect. A Tai was already considered a top expert in the immortal world. After all, immortal monarchs were extremely elusive. It was extremely difficult for them to even meet one, let alone an immortal emperor. "Is that Ing Shi from the North Kuan immortal domain?" "Oh, he's actually a disciple of the Ing family." "Are you sure?" "There's no mistake. He's Ing Shi from the Ing family. I've seen him from afar a long time ago when I went to the North Kuan immortal domain to participate in a grand event. His father is the strongest existence in the Ing family. He's even famous among the Tai immortals." These two little golden immortals offended Ji Sijuan and Ing Shi. "I'm afraid they won't have a good ending." More and more people looked over, including John Haitao and the others who were not far away. "All right, both of you kneel and kowtow 3 times. I'll let this matter go for now." Ing Shi looked at Ning Qi and Qi Yi and said calmly. Ji Sijuan didn't say anything after Ing Shi appeared. On the other hand, Lu Shufan was somewhat dissatisfied. He was still waiting for Ji Sijuan to kill Ning Qi on the spot. However, Lu Shufan had seen Ing Shi a few times before. He knew that Ing Shi was a genius of the Ing family. While many of his peers were still Zenith Heaven or Profound Immortals, he was already an early-stage Tai True Immortal. "Kowtow!" Qi Yi was slightly startled. Then he said angrily, "Why should I kowtow?" "You too. This is the training ground of the Tiandao family. If we succeed, we might all become disciples of the Tiandao family. There's no need to make things so ugly, right?" The extreme monarch old ancestor, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and used the Tiandao family as his backing. However, the disciples of the Tiandao family who were paying attention to this place didn't seem to care about his actions. "You're not qualified to speak. Stand aside." Ing Shi frowned slightly. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. All the immortals subconsciously made way for him. Although many immortals didn't know who this figure was, they had a feeling that if they didn't make way, they would die. Just as the extreme monarch old ancestor's face turned pale, the figure had already arrived in front of Ning Qi and chuckled. "Brother Wu?" Bai Di had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were filled with a hint of mockery. Seeing this expression, Ning Qi immediately knew that Bai Di was laughing at him for using an alias. He couldn't help but smile. "Brother Bai, long time no see." The Tai immortals at the scene were shocked. They looked at Bai Di, then at Ning Qi, their hearts filled with astonishment. How does that kid know Immortal Emperor Bai? The 4 immortals of the evil path looked at each other. Su Jinglei and the others didn't know Bai Di, when Xian and the others didn't know Bai Di either. However, the fact that he came over to greet Ning Qi meant that he didn't take Ing Shi and Ji Sijuan seriously. "You're Bai." Ing Shi's gaze fell upon Bai Di. He was startled for a moment and subconsciously spoke. "Get lost. You're not qualified to speak to me." Bai Di smiled at Ing Shi. Although he had a smile on his face, his words had greatly damaged the reputation of a primordial unity. The profound immortals and those below the grand heavenly immortal realm gasped as they watched this scene in disbelief. However, what shocked them even more was Ing Shi's actions. Chapter 2819. Who's that guy? Even Ing Shi of the North Kuan immortal domain is afraid of him? Haven't you seen White Emperor Immortal Lord? White White Emperor, Immortal Lord. Him. Hiss. Previously, no one dared to secretly spread the identity of White Emperor, Immortal Monarch. But after this scene, everyone present gradually came to know that the existence that scared away Ingshur, a primordial unity genius, was actually the famous White Emperor, Immortal Monarch in the immortal world. They looked at Ning Qi in shock. They were both envious and puzzled. They did not understand how a golden celestial at the perfected golden celestial realm would know a celestial lord. Moreover, from their conversation just now, they could tell that the relationship between White Emperor Celestial Lord and Ning Qi was not ordinary. Su Jinglei and the rest looked at the scene in shock, feeling as though they were in a fog. Ingshur walked a few steps away and realized that Ji Sijuan wasn't following him. He quickly turned around. Although you have an immortal lord as your backing, you tried to harm my nephew. I will still kill you after the third stage of the trial begins. Ji Sijuan glanced at White Emperor, Immortal Lord, and her eyes fell on Ning Qi again. Lu Shufan stared at Ning Qi, dumbstruck. After hearing Ji Sijuan's words, he sucked in a breath of cold air inwardly. He immediately reacted and looked at Ji Sijuan, his eyes constantly signaling her with his eyes. Interesting. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? White Emperor looked at Ji Sijuan with a faint smile. Ji Sijuan said confidently, "This is the trial ground, and the heavenly Dao family is here. If you attack now, you will be breaking the rules." Venerable Scarlet Flame and the others cursed in their hearts when they heard this. Just a moment ago, Ji Sijuan had planned to kill Qi, and now she was using the same words as the extreme monarch great ancestor to threaten White Emperor, Immortal Lord. How shameless! You said that you will kill me from the beginning. If you can't kill me when the third stage begins, won't you lose all your face? Ning Qi sized Ji Sijuan up and said with a hint of mockery. Her peerless face in the eyes of others couldn't make Ning Qi's heart waver. You're just relying on your backing. Ji Sijuan snorted. So what if I have backing? Aren't you also Lu Shufan's backing? Without you, would he dare to stand in front of me? You dare to use telepathy to mock me? I think you're the one who sent him to his death. When the third stage of the trial begins, I'll nail him to death, and I'll nail you to death along the way. Ning Qi smiled and said. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression, although they were disdainful of Ning Qi's golden immortal cultivation. Ning Qi had the backing of a celestial monarch, so he was not bragging. Lu Shufan felt a chill run down his spine. He had thought that he could use Ji Sijuan's hand to take revenge. But who would have thought that she would suddenly have a backer? Sijuan, come with me. Ingshur quickly walked to Ji Sijuan's side and pulled her away. Ji Sijuan did not resist. Before leaving, she even cast a cold glance at Ning Qi. Jiang Haitao, there's someone in your team who knows Emperor Bai. What is this kid's background? Interesting. White Deity calls him Brother Wu. He's just a golden immortal great circle. And yet he's able to call White Deity brother. White Deity didn't even give me any face previously. A disciple of the Ji family looked at Ning Qi curiously. Then everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Haitao. There were dozens of people in this small circle. Although they were not from the same family, they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, they spoke more casually. I don't know. Jiang Haitao shook his head and looked at Ning Qi. At the same time, he looked at Emperor Bai with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Under what circumstances would an immortal monarch become friends with a golden immortal? But no matter what, Jiang Haitao remembered Ning Qi. In the next trial, he would pay more attention to Ning Qi. After Ingshur left with Ji Sijuan and Lu Shufan, Su Jinglei and the other three still did not dare to say a word. They stood at the side respectfully, but occasionally glanced at Ning Qi out of the corner of their eyes. Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling looked at each other and suddenly realized something. Ning Qi's powerful means proved that he had an extraordinary background. Now it was confirmed. Reverend Scarlet Flame, looked at Emperor Bai mortal monarch and Ning Qi with a look of anticipation. "Brother Bai, let me introduce you." After chatting with Emperor Bai for a while, Ning Qi suddenly slapped his head and introduced Venerable Wen Xan and the other Zenith Heaven to Emperor Bai, including Qi. Su Jinglei immediately looked at Ning Qi expectantly, hoping that Ning Qi would also introduce him. But after glancing at him, Ning Qi moved his eyes away without hesitation. Su Jinglei felt a sense of loss. He recalled how he treated Ning Qi and Qi the same way when they first came ashore. He immediately regretted it. Those Zenith Heaven who were introduced were naturally very happy and greeted Emperor Bai excitedly. Those who were not introduced were extremely disappointed, including Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling. Ning Qi did not introduce them to Emperor Bai either. Speaking of which, the relationship between Ning Qi and the two of them was just that. He only stopped at that small town. "I didn't expect Brother Ning to be acquainted with White Emperor Immortal Monarch. This time, I really benefited from Brother Ning's good fortune to be able to talk to such an existence." Venerable Red Flame's face was flushed with excitement, while the other Grand Luo were secretly glad that they did not mind accepting Qi as a disciple along with Venerable Master Wen Xian and the others back then. Now, because of this relationship, they were indirectly connected to the White Emperor Immortal Lord. In the lower realm, it was equivalent to having an incomparably huge backer. Baidi's gaze landed on Qi, and he suddenly asked, "How many immortal bone tribulations have you passed?" When Xian and the other Grand Luo did a double take before a hint of worry flashed in their eyes. They thought that the White Emperor had taken a liking to Qi Ye's constitution, and if the White Emperor were to take Qi Yi in as a disciple, how would they, the Grand Luo, be qualified to teach Qi alongside the White Emperor? Qi Yi did not answer Emperor Bai immediately but looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Emperor Bai's eyes flashed with a smile as he nodded. "Brother Mo and Brother Ji are not here." Ning Qi suddenly asked. Baidi nodded and said, "Both of them were not dragged into the trial." "That's fine." Ning Qi smiled. Baidi was slightly taken aback when he heard that, and then he transmitted his voice solemnly. "This trial is your best chance. Once you become a disciple of the Tiandao clan, Jiang Yu would not dare to openly attack you. However, you cannot become a disciple of the Jiang family. Choose one of the other 8 families." "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Bai." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his fists. Another month passed in a flash. Within that month, 200 to 300 teams arrived one after another. Assuming that each team consisted of 200 to 300 people, there were now over 800 teams, which amounted to over 200,000. The rest of the immortals who did not arrive were probably already dead. Out of the millions of immortals, only 2 remained. Chapter 28:20. Ning Qi's gaze was initially sizing up the immortals present, wanting to see how many familiar faces were pulled into the trial, when Jiang Haitao and the group of immortal monarchs suddenly gathered together, as if they were respectfully waiting for the arrival of a mighty figure. Ning Qi's gaze was instantly drawn over. Since these immortal monarchs are so respectful, the one whose coming must be an immortal emperor. "But I wonder who it is," Ning Qi muttered to himself. He thought of several possibilities. If Jiang Yu or Jiang Hao were here, there would definitely be a battle. Ning Yi's trump card would be useless against an immortal emperor. He could only take out the demon ancestor's heart and fight it out. Suddenly, a door radiating white light gradually condensed in the void. When the door appeared, the expressions of Jiang Haitao and the rest became even more respectful. A figure walked out from the door. What was surprising was that the owner of this figure was a woman. Moreover, it was an extremely beautiful woman. The moment their eyes met, they were instantly drawn in, unable to move their eyes away. "Welcome, Ji Wangu." Jiang Haitao and the rest greeted in unison. When Ji Sijuan saw this woman, her expression changed slightly. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes, as well as a hint of awe and worship. This is the immortal emperor of the Ji clan, Ji Wangu? Is it a title or a name? Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a trace of curiosity arose. If he were to go against Jiang Yu in this situation, it would not be beneficial to him at all. Since it was not Jiang Yu who came, there would be enough time for Ning Qi to improve his strength before the trial ended. The fruit of Wei that he obtained in the third stage of the trial was Ning Qi's next goal. He was prepared to try and see if these Tao protector fruits would be beneficial for him to break through to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Jian Haitao said that ordinary people couldn't directly consume the Tao protector fruit, or their meridians would explode. Ning Qi was quite confident about this. With the strength of his physique, consuming the Tao protector fruit shouldn't be a problem. Curious about Ji Wangu's real name, Ning Qi glanced at her attributes. As expected, her real name was Ji Xianling. Ji Wangu should only be a title given by Jian Haitao and the rest. Could this woman be an immortal emperor who had lived through the ages? Had experienced the great war between immortals and demons? No need for formalities, Ji Wangu said calmly. She glanced around and paused briefly on the White Emperor Immortal Master and a few other Immortal Masters, before she waved her hand and unleashed a mystical force that surpassed the great Tao force from her body. These energies were struck into the void and seemed to turn into some kind of scattered runes, like beautiful patterns imprinted in the void. In the end, these scattered talismans linked together to form a closed door. At this very moment, the aura emanating from Ji Wangu's body was extremely terrifying. Every move he made could cause others to feel a heavy pressure. After the gate appeared, everyone could feel the pressure growing even heavier. Some earthly immortals directly knelt on the ground. Even heavenly immortals were bitterly holding on. He could barely maintain a trace of elegance and not let himself look too disheveled. This is the power of a Tao talisman. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed. Just like Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao, this girl called Ji Wangu also had a Tao talisman belonging to her lineage. This secret realm is divided into a few areas. After you enter, you will appear in different areas randomly. As long as you collect 10 or more Tao protector fruits, you can call my name in your heart, and I will personally bring you out. If you have not collected 10 Tao protector fruits by the end of the secret realm, you will become nourishment for the secret realm. They will become nourishment for this mystic realm, so there's no need to come out. Ji Wangu said calmly. What? Everyone's expression changed greatly. This was different from what Jian Haitao and the others had said. Ji Wangu, this doesn't seem to be the rule of the clan. Jian Haitao was startled. This trial is unusual, so the rules will naturally be changed. Do you have any dissatisfaction? Ji Wangu looked at Jian Haitao calmly. Jian Haitao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said respectfully, I dare not have any dissatisfaction. It said that even if we don't collect 10 Tao protector fruits, we can still exchange them for other resources and leave this place safely. How did it end up like this, becoming nourishment for the secret realm? Isn't this forcing us into a dead end? Either we pass the third trial or we die. Many of the immortals present had ugly expressions on their faces, but there was also a large portion of them that were brimming with fighting spirit. They were confident in themselves and believed that they could stand out from the majority and become a descendant of the heavenly Tao clan. Ji Wangu's appearance had made them deeply believe that the heavenly Tao clan was the strongest force in this world. Even the Langya immortal emperor could not compare to it. Do you understand? Ji Wangu raised his eyebrows slightly. Understood, everyone nodded. Ji Wangu smiled and suddenly slammed his palm on the door. The power of this palm was extraordinary. When his palm came into contact with the door, a myriad of golden light instantly seeped out from the gaps of his palm. Apart from the immortal monarchs, the rest of the immortals covered their eyes to avoid being injured by the golden light. Even the immortal monarchs slightly narrowed their eyes. Even immortal lords narrowed their eyes. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise that seemed to originate from ancient times, the door slowly opened. The inside was filled with golden light, making it impossible to see what was inside. "Remember my name, Ji Xianling." Ji Wangu uttered these words slowly. Then with a wave of his hand, the 200,000 immortals present were instantly enveloped by a mysterious power. Their bodies shrank and fell into Ji Xuanling's palm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Ning Qi was shocked by Ji Xuanling's means. He discovered that Jiang Yu and Ji Xianling realized that Jiang Yu and Ji Xianling were at least 2 or 3 levels lower in comparison. More than 200,000 immortals stood on Ji Xuanling's palm, and it didn't seem crowded at all. Judging from this, Ji Xuanling's palm could stand at least 1,000,000 people. At this moment, Ji Xuanling's body looked extremely huge in everyone's eyes. Even so, the pores on her face were still so fine that it was impossible for anyone to notice. "Go." Ji Xianling waved his hand lightly, and the immortals on his palm were thrown into the door, drowned in the golden light. Then the door slowly closed, but it didn't disappear immediately. Ning Qi realized that he was in midair. With a thought, he stabilized himself and stepped into the air, looking down. Below him was a seemingly boundless primeval forest that was filled with vitality. Even though he was standing in midair, Ning Qi could still feel the refreshing aura. Chapter 28-21. Ning Qi had long noticed Ji Sijuan's presence, but he didn't pay attention to her for the time being. To him, observing the surroundings was more important than Ji Sijuan. What a pity! Ning Qi looked around and smiled. Pity. Ji Sijuan frowned slightly, her cold gaze falling on Ning Qi. She felt that this guy was deliberately mystifying things. "What's there to pity?" Ji Sijuan said lightly. "It's a pity that Lu Shufan isn't by your side, so I can conveniently finish him off." Ning Qi grinned. "Arrogant." Ji Sijuan shouted coldly. Her robe instantly fluttered, and an extremely terrifying aura surged out of her body. She was ready to kill Ning Qi with a palm strike. Immortal slaying sword formation, set! Ning Qi sat in the air, and with a slight thought, the 4 immortal slaying swords broke through the air and floated with Ning Qi in the center. In an instant, a fierce sword intent filled the world. He wanted to see if the immortal slaying sword formation could kill a top-notch mystic immortal like Ji Sijuan, different from ordinary peak mystic immortals. Ji Sijuan's aura was even more overbearing. Ji Sijuan's expression changed slightly, and a trace of horror flashed in the depths of her eyes. She felt that the sword formation that her opponent had set up now seemed to be a threat to her. This kid is only a peak golden immortal, yet he can set up such a sword formation? No, this person must be killed. Otherwise, when he rises in the future, it will be difficult to deal with him at the same level. Ji Sijuan's mind spun. The next moment, she decided to break Ning Qi's sword formation, even if it would injure her. Karma Luoxing Compass. With a light shout, a compass with the aura of an upper-grade Tao artifact flew out of Ji Sijuan's sea of consciousness and floated in front of her. The aura of this Karma Luoxing Compass was more mysterious than an ordinary upper-grade Tao artifact. As soon as the Karma Luoxing Compass appeared, ancient golden lines lit up. Ji Sijuan slapped her palm, and the surging power of the great Tao instantly entered the Karma Luoxing Compass. Ning Qi heard a Buddhist chant and saw an incomparably huge Buddha appear from the Karma Luoxing Compass. His palm slammed toward Ning Qi's immortal-slaying sword formation. Even a perfection stage mysterious immortal would be reduced to ashes by this attack of mine. There aren't many existences that can die under this attack of mine, and you're the only golden immortal. Ji Sijuan coldly looked at Ning Qi, but a trace of arrogance appeared on her face as she said indifferently, "So you're saying that I should feel honored?" Ning Qi smirked. Break for me. The 4 immortal killing swords quickly circled around Ning Qi and finally shot toward the Buddha shadow without any fancy moves. Boom! The moment the illusory Buddha and the 4 fairy-slaying swords collided, Ning Qi felt that the immortal qi in his body was instantly sucked away. It should be known that when the devil disaster happened, he had to guard it for a full 7 to 8 days to have this kind of loss. The Buddha was cut into bubbles by the 4 immortal execution swords, but the momentum of the 4 immortal execution swords did not stop. Still carrying the endless sword intent, it attacked the somewhat shocked Ji Sijuan. Escape! Ji Sijuan took a deep look at Ning Qi, and when the 4 immortal execution swords were about to hit her, her body instantly disappeared on the spot. The 4 immortal execution swords missed, circled around twice, and returned to Ning Qi's side. She escaped? Ning Qi's expression was somewhat solemn. He kept the 4 immortal execution swords, stood up slowly, and looked at the place where Ji Sijuan disappeared. This battle was the first time he used the immortal execution sword formation against a real mysterious immortal. And it was a genius in the perfection stage mysterious immortal. It could be said that it was similar to what Ning Qi had imagined. Against ordinary mysterious immortals, the immortal execution sword formation was enough. But against a mysterious immortal genius like Ji Sijuan, if the opponent didn't escape, there was still a possibility of killing her. If he didn't run, he might be able to kill him. However, if he ran, Ning Qi couldn't do much about it. His cultivation was not deep enough, and he was not strong enough. Only when he was strong to a certain extent could he truly display the power of the immortal execution sword formation. At that time, even if the opponent escaped from this part of the world, the immortal execution sword formation could still track and kill her. Compared to Dragon City, compared to Paluto, this Ji Sijuan's strength is still a notch lower. If this immortal execution sword formation was used against Dragon City, I'm afraid the opponent would be able to hold on for at least 15 minutes. That attack just now consumed 70% to 80% of my immortal qi. At that time, I'm afraid the first to be unable to hold on will be me. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, Ning Yi appeared beside him. Let's go find the Tao Guardian Fruit. Ning Qi descended. Right now, the Tao Guardian Fruit was more important. If he encountered Ji Sijuan again, he would directly let Ning Yi attack. Thousands of miles away from Ning Qi, a figure appeared out of thin air. Instantly, several shocked, fearful, and solemn gazes were cast over. What kind of sword formation is that? Ji Sijuan frowned and pondered in her heart. She knew very well how powerful her attack was. Apart from the existences on the mysterious immortal leaderboard who could resist her attack, she had never seen any mysterious immortal who could resist it so easily. But Ning Qi, a perfected golden immortal, not only blocked her attack, but also broke it. That was why Ji Sijuan was so shocked by her attack and immediately used her escape technique to escape. Senior! Not far away from Ji Sijuan, there were originally 4 people confronting each other. They were originally on the verge of fighting, but because of Ji Sijuan's arrival, they completely lost their will to fight. You guys continue. Ji Sijuan snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Seeing this, the 4 of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, I sensed that your aura was a little strange. You must have obtained the Tao Guardian Fruit. Hand over the Tao Guardian Fruit, or I'll kill you. You're alone, and there are 3 of us. You still want to kill us? You're courting death. Ning Qi walked in the primeval forest, and his divine will gradually spread out to search for the Tao Guardian Fruit. Earlier, Jiang Haitao had already shown them the appearance of the Tao Guardian Fruit. It was like an infant, and this caused Ning Qi to recall the legendary ginseng fruit. He didn't know if the 2 were related. Jiang Haitao had said before that the Tao Protector Fruit could grow under different conditions. Sometimes it could even grow on a stalk of wild grass. Other times it could grow on a flower. Even a rock could have a Tao Protector Fruit. That was because the Tao protector fruit was nurtured by the energy of the great Tao. Although it was called a fruit, it was actually similar to an immortal stone. Chapter 28-22. It's them. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. When he saw the two figures, they saw him as well. So it's the two seniors. Long time no see. I didn't expect the two of you to be here as well. Why didn't you show up to greet us earlier? Ning Qi laughed loudly and led Ning Yi to the two of them. Qi Xuezhen and Sage Game had strange expressions on their faces. They had seen Ning Qi earlier and wanted to greet him one last time. However, they saw that White Emperor Immortal Lord was acquainted with Ning Qi. This reminded them of Ning Qi's big talk in Flood Dragon Palace, and they were bewildered. That was why they did not show up. They did not expect to meet Ning Qi here. Sage Game reacted quickly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the guardian fruit on the blue stone. Qi Xuezhen's eyes moved slightly, but she did not stop Sage Game. You've got guts to show up after seeing the two of us. Qi Xuezhen looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Of course, I have to greet an old acquaintance. Senior Qi, you were very kind to me back then. Ning Qi smiled. Qi Xuezhen sneered. She knew that Ning Qi was referring to the torture method she had used on him. Young friend Ning, where is White Emperor Immortal Lord? We've admired Senior White Emperor for a long time. Can you introduce us to him? Sage Game cupped his hands at Ning Qi and smiled, but his divine perception kept scanning the surroundings. I'm sorry, but Brother White isn't around. You won't be able to see him today. Perhaps I can introduce you to him next time? Ning Qi smiled. Sage Game's smile faded, and he looked at Ning Qi calmly. Since White Emperor Immortal Lord isn't by your side, he won't know even if the two of us kill you. Why don't you run? Qi Xuezhen smiled coldly. She swept her gaze across Ning Yi and was slightly stunned. She realized that she could not see through Ning Yi's cultivation. She frowned. I want to run, but will the two of you let me leave this place? Ning Qi smiled. Of course not. You tricked us back then and caused us to suffer heavy losses. Now that I've seen you today, how can I let go of such an opportunity? Sage Game cackled. Then I won't run anymore. Ning Yi, leave him alive. Kill the other one. Ning Qi said lightly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. In the next moment, Ning Yi had already taken a step forward and appeared in front of them. His body emitted an aura equivalent to the Peak Tai Genuine Celestial, which shocked them greatly. Peak Tai Genuine Celestial? How is this possible? They had thought that the other party was just a follower of Ning Qi, but in the end he suddenly revealed a strength that was countless times stronger than theirs. Before Qi Xuezhen could retaliate, Ning Yi had already slapped her into ashes. An early-stage primordial unity, perfected primordial unity true immortal, was no match for an early-stage primordial unity true immortal. Before she died, Qi Xuezhen glanced at Ning Qi with a hint of regret in her eyes. From a small cultivator, she had cultivated all the way to the primordial unity realm. Only she could understand the hardships she had gone through. At this realm, she had a certain status in the immortal realm. If nothing went wrong, she would have a chance to break through to the Immortal Lord realm in the future. Unfortunately, she no longer had a chance, seeing that Qi Xuezhen had been killed in one blow. Sage Game did not dare to fight Ning Yi anymore. He turned around and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Ning Yi also disappeared. Ning Qi leaped up and sat cross-legged on the green rock. After about 10 minutes, Ning Yi appeared next to the green rock again, carrying the heavily injured Sage Game in his hand. No, don't kill me. I'll give you the fruit of path and my interspatial ring. Sage Game was injured somewhere. His aura was extremely weak, and it was extremely difficult for him to even raise his hands. He raised his hands with some difficulty. In each of his hands was a fruit of path and an interspatial ring. Ning Qi smiled. With a gentle wave of his hand, The two items fell into his hands. The appearance of the fruit of Wei was far too similar to that of an infant. It looked like a sleeping infant with its little hands curled up and its body emitted a mysterious aura. Luckily, the fruit of Wei was green in color, so one could tell that it was a fruit and not a real infant. If it's properly nurtured, it might even be able to become a demon, Ning Qi muttered to himself. Then he put the fruit of path into his spatial bag, ready to consume it later. Next, he scanned Sage Game's interspatial ring with his divine telekinesis, then tossed it back into Sage Game's hand in front of him. Sage Game looked at Ning Qi in astonishment, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I'm not interested in these things of yours. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? Sage Game was horrified, a look of disbelief in his eyes. A mere, perfected golden immortal was not interested in the possessions of an early-stage primordial immortal? Although he had lost a lot of blood in Cerulean Planet, his possessions were still not something ordinary immortals could compare to. This was the home of a primordial immortal. Clang! Suddenly, Sage Game glanced at Ning Yi and came to his senses. For Ning Qi to have such a subordinate, perhaps he really was not interested in Sage Game's possessions. What should he do? Sage Game could already see a strong murderous intent in Ning Qi's eyes. If he could not think of a way, he would die at Ning Yi's hands, just like Qi Shiuezhen. Ning Yi, take him! Ning Qi smiled and spoke slowly. Wait. Sage Game's eyes flashed with determination. Don't kill me. I'm willing to offer my soul and become your slave. What use do I have for an early-stage primordial immortal slave like you? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Ning Yi, kill him. Bam! Ning Yi's palm struck Sage Game's forehead viciously. His body gradually turned into specks of light, about to dissipate from the world. Even in death, Sage Game could not understand why Ning Yi would kill him if he, an early-stage primordial immortal, was willing to become a slave. Any ordinary person would have accepted his surrender, right? Ning Qi did not plan to earn merit points from Sage Game and Qi Shiuezhen because he knew that he could not break through their defenses with his current strength. He had earned so many merit points back then because of what King Qingguang had said about the Myriad Realm's reincarnation fragment, which had suppressed those almighties into low-level cultivators. However, this place did not have such a special function. No matter how heavily injured Qi Shiuezhen and Sage Game were, they were still early-stage primordial immortals. Ning Qi's immortal-slaying sword formation could not break through their defenses. Chapter 28-23. Deep within the forest, Lu Shufan and several other cultivators were standing together. Judging by their posture, it would appear that they were planning on tiptoeing away. However, when they heard Ning Qi's voice, they immediately froze. A chill ran down their spines as they turned around to look at Ning Qi with incomparable fear. Lu Shufan would never have thought that Ning Yi, whom he thought was Ning Qi's follower, was actually such a terrifying and powerful existence. They were attracted here by the noise of Ning Yi killing Qi Shiuezhen. But they didn't see the scene of Qi Shiuezhen being killed. Instead, they saw Ning Qi sitting on the greenstone. Lu Shufan recognized Ning Qi at first glance and felt that he couldn't let go of such a great opportunity. So he joined hands with the others and came here. Thus, he teamed up with the other Golden Immortals and came here to discuss a trap to kill Ning Qi. Ning Qi had long been aware of this. He'd only wanted to see when Lu Shufan and the others would show themselves, but he hadn't expected them to be so patient. Before they could finish their discussion, Ning Yi had already captured Dao Master Game. Then, Dao Master Game begged for mercy, only to be killed by Ning Yi. They were deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. Lu Shufan, you're the death of us! The other Golden Immortals glared at Lu Shufan, then walked to the green rock with bitter expressions and knelt down. Lu Shufan's body stiffened, but he knew he couldn't escape. Ning Yi had killed a powerhouse as powerful as Dao Master Game with a single slap. As a mere Golden Immortal, there was no way he could escape. He could only brace himself and walk to the green rock. After a moment's hesitation, he knelt down with the other golden immortals. Did you find the fruit of the path? One fruit of the path for a life. Ningqi smiled. Everyone froze, and their expressions darkened. Lu Shufan said in a trembling voice, "Say, Senior." Lu Shufan heaved a sigh of relief when he said those two words with great difficulty. Then he stopped stuttering and said smoothly, "Senior, we've only just entered this place, so we don't have any Tao protection fruits." Before he could finish, he felt a strange presence around him. He turned to look, and his jaw dropped, his eyes filled with shock. "Senior, this is the fruit of the path we found." The other 4 gold immortals held the fruit with both hands and moved a few steps forward on their knees, then respectfully raised the fruit over their heads. At the same time, the 4 of them seemed to be shocked that the other party had a Tao protector fruit. They glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes and then looked down at the ground. A look of surprise flashed in Ningqi's eyes. He had only said it casually. He did not expect the 4 of them to really find the Tao guardian fruit. Could it be that the Tao protection fruit was very common in this world? Just as this thought arose, Ningqi rejected it. If the Tao protector fruit was very common, why would the Tiandao family only ask to find it? 10. It would be reasonable to ask for at least 100. Perhaps this was luck. The 4 golden immortals each had their own fortuitous encounters. A Tao protector fruit might grow in a random place, and then Ningqi, who was even luckier, encountered it with a gentle wave of his hand. The 4 fruits fell into his hand. He glanced at them and confirmed their authenticity. After putting them into the space package, Ningqi smiled and waved at the 4 people. "You can leave now." The 4 looked at each other in surprise and hurriedly kowtowed to Ningqi a few times. Very respectfully, they moved backward on their knees and disappeared into the dense forest just like that. Lu Shufan had watched from beginning to end. Even though the 4 of them had already disappeared, he still had not recovered from his shock. Then his expression became increasingly ugly. How could this be? He could not understand how each of his 4 allies had obtained a Tao protector fruit in such a short period of time. Before this, he had never sensed anything strange from the 4 of them. Seeing that the 4 of them had left and left him alone, Lu Shufan's expression was so gloomy that it seemed like it would drip water. Then he immediately kowtowed to the ground. "Senior, please spare my life. I will definitely find a Tao protector fruit in exchange for my life. If it's you, 1 won't do. You need at least 10. But with 10 Tao protector fruits, you will leave this place. So you will die without a doubt." Ningqi smiled. Lu Shufan's body couldn't help but tremble. As a genius, everything had been smooth for him since he started cultivating. He had almost never encountered any setbacks. Whether it was his peers or his seniors, they all praised him. Even in this trial ground, he had Ji Sijuan, who was on the mysterious immortal leaderboard, to support him. But this time, he truly felt how close he was to the gates of hell. It was as if he already had 1 foot in the gates of hell. Lu Shufan had thought about many things. If he hadn't offended Ningqi back then, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a thing, right? However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a very short period of time. What he was thinking about was if Ji Sijuan had disregarded everything and directly attacked before White Emperor Immortal Lord appeared. If she had killed Ningqi, there wouldn't have been such a problem. "Senior, my mother is a disciple of the main branch of the Ji clan of the Lang, yet immortal domain. Among the 9 great clans of the Heavenly Tao, one of them has the surname Ji. You've also seen Senior Ji Wangu. It can be said that I have the same bloodline as her. If you kill me, the Ji clan will definitely avenge me. How about this? If you let me go today, I swear that I will never be your enemy again." Lu Shufan lifted his head and stared at Ningqi. His tone contained a hint of threat. At this moment, he couldn't think of any other methods. "Oh, in that case, you're also a disciple of the Heavenly Tao clan?" Ning Qi asked curiously. Yes, yes. Thinking about it carefully. Even if I didn't complete the trial, I'm already a disciple of the Heavenly Dao clan. Lu Shufan hurriedly nodded. The person I killed was indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Dao clan. Ning Qi smiled. Without waiting for Lu Shufan to react, the 4 immortal execution swords pierced through the air, instantly turning Lu Shufan into a mist of blood. 5 Dao protector fruits. Let's see what effect they have on me. Ning Qi kept the 4 immortal execution swords and Ning Yi. His silhouette flickered, disappearing from the spot, heading to the top-grade training ground. At the same time, in a faraway place, Ji Sijuan had just discovered a Dao protector fruit. Her joy had yet to dissipate when she suddenly frowned. She flipped her palm, and a ball of white powder appeared in her palm. This was the life token that she had specially refined for Lu Shufan after meeting him at the trial ground. Now that it had shattered into powder, it meant that Lu Shufan was dead. Chapter 28-24. Sijuan, I've finally found you. Ingshi flew through the air and landed beside Ji Sijuan. You've come at the right time. Ji Sijuan's eyes flickered. What's wrong? Ingshi was slightly surprised. Let's work together to suppress a guy. Ji Sijuan said coldly. Ingshi's expression flickered. He had already guessed who Ji Sijuan wanted to deal with. His eyes flickered with hesitation. This kid has a good relationship with the White Emperor. If we touch him, will the White Emperor take revenge? Our clans have countless connections with the Tiandao clan. Given our talent, we will definitely be able to pass this trial. At that time, we will be disciples of the Tiandao clan. No matter how strong the White Emperor Immortal Lord is, how would he dare to act against us? Ji Sijuan harumphed coldly. She felt disdain towards Ingshi's apprehension. That's what you say, but we were thrown into this place by Senior Ji Wangu and randomly appeared in different areas. How are we going to find that guy? Ingshi said solemnly. I know his approximate location. I've already fought with him before. Ji Sijuan looked in the direction of Lu Shufan's death and said calmly, Fought with him? Ingshi seemed to have heard some important information from the sentence. When Xian immortals fought golden immortals, they wouldn't use the word fight to describe it. It would be more appropriate to describe it as suppress or kill. This kid has a sword formation that's very powerful. I'm not confident in taking him down by myself. If we work together, killing him will be a piece of cake. Ji Sijuan said with a solemn expression. The aura of the immortal execution 4 swords was only a low-grade Dao artifact. Therefore, she was sure that the reason why the immortal execution sword formation was so powerful was because of the sword formation. However, she didn't know that the core of the immortal execution sword formation was the immortal execution 4 swords. Without the 4 flying swords, even 4 supreme-grade Dao artifact flying swords wouldn't be able to display its full potential. The power of the immortal execution sword formation. Sword formation? What kind of sword formation can a mere golden immortal set up? Even you aren't confident? Ingshi was slightly taken aback. In his heart, he began to doubt whether Ji Sijuan had made a mistake in her judgment. Perhaps he had fallen into her illusion? Magic treasures, immortal arts, and various magic arrays were all considered external forces. If low-level immortals had high-level immortal arts, their battle prowess would naturally increase. But no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit. No matter what external forces they used, their own cultivation base had to be taken into consideration. If their cultivation base was not high enough, no matter how powerful their techniques were, they would be useless. He was unable to use it. If he tried to forcefully use it, he would be sucked dry. It's very likely that his sword formation was passed down from the primordial era. In the present world, I've never seen a golden immortal who could easily control such a powerful sword formation. Ji Sijuan said, passed down from ancient times. A hint of greed flashed in Ingshi's eyes. You're an early-stage primordial immortal, so his sword formation isn't too powerful for you. So, have you decided to join forces with me? Ji Sijuan indifferently looked at Ingshur. The trace of greed in his eyes couldn't be concealed from her, but she didn't mind. It would be best if she could get information about the sword formation from him. But if she couldn't, she only wanted Ning Qi's life. Then let's join forces. We have to be fast. Although this kid deserves to be killed, our most important task is to find the Tao Guardian fruit. Ingshur nodded. A top-grade cultivation training ground. Ning Qi held a Tao Guardian fruit and looked at it for a long time. He didn't casually swallow it. After a few breaths of time, he willed, "Little gourd, come out." After a full 10 breaths of time, the immortal slaying gourd flew out from Ning Qi's sea of consciousness, rolled on the ground, and turned into a big fat doll. "Ah, so sleepy," the little gourd stretched its body, and its eyes were suddenly attracted by the Tao Guardian fruit in Ning Qi's hand. Tao Guardian fruit? Interesting. Where did you find it? The Tian Dao clan opened a trial mystic realm. Within the mystic realm, there's another mystic realm, and the Tao Guardian fruit grows in that mystic realm. Ning Qi smiled. What? The Tian Dao clan opened a trial mystic realm? The little gourd jumped, and its eyes were filled with panic. Hurry up and run. What are you waiting for? If you run into those ancient era geezers, they'll definitely capture me again. Ning Qi rolled his eyes and ignored it. Instead, he asked, "Since you recognize this Tao Guardian fruit, what do you think of its effect on me?" The little gourd looked at Ning Qi and then at the Tao Guardian fruit. "You're already a perfected golden immortal, and you want to use the Tao Guardian fruit to advance to grand heavenly immortal?" "That's right." Ning Qi nodded. "Difficult, very difficult. Although the Tao Guardian fruit has miraculous effects on those below the immortal monarch realm, it's still a fruit. If it's not refined into a pill, it can only unleash less than half of its effects. Moreover, if one's physique isn't strong enough, directly consuming it will easily cause one's body to explode and die. You want to rely on it to attain Tao fruit? The chances are very slim." The little gourd shook its head. "Less than half of its effects, huh?" Ning Qi murmured to himself. "The Heavenly Tao clan has some ancient recipes that allow them to use the Tao Guardian fruit to refine a type of 9th grade pill. I think it's called the Mystic Tao pill. If an ordinary perfected golden immortal consumes the pill, there's a high chance that they'll attain Tao fruit, and the number would be higher. The more mystic Tao pills one consumes, the higher the chances, and the higher the number of Tao fruits obtained. Before the Great War of Immortals and Demons, the pill recipe for the mystic Tao pill was mostly controlled by a few elite sects, and those sects relied on the mystic Tao pill to nurture many prodigies." The little gourd said. Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Heavenly Tao clan's resources were truly unimaginable. Back when he asked Heartseeker and the other grand heavenly immortals, they all said that there were no immortal pills in this world that could help golden immortals ascend to grand heavenly immortal. In the end, he learned about the Tao fruit arcane realm from Jiang Haitao, and now he learned about the mystic Tao pill from the little gourd. And the reason why the Heavenly Tao clan needed the Tao Guardian fruit was clearly to refine such a pill. "Little gourd, you're a connate spirit treasure and have lived in this world for a long time. Do you know the pill recipe for the mystic Tao pill?" Ning Qi asked. "I'm just a Dharma treasure, and I'm not even a connate spirit treasure yet. How would I know the pill recipe for the mystic Tao pill? I don't refine pills or cultivate, so what's the point of knowing this?" The little gourd looked at Ning Qi in surprise. "That seems to make sense." Ning Qi rubbed his chin. "But I do know a place that might have the pill recipe for the mystic Tao pill, if that place hasn't been discovered by the Heavenly Tao clan." The little gourd's eyes lit up as if it suddenly remembered something. "There's such a place." Ning Qi was startled. He realized that the little gourd still had many things to hide in its heart and had not shared them with him selflessly. Yes, you know the old lord, right? That place is the place where the Grand Supreme Elder achieved Tao. It is said that when the Grand Supreme Elder was at the second step, he had been cultivating there until he took the third step and abandoned that cave abode. However, when the Grand Supreme Elder was drinking with me, he personally admitted that he had hidden a mountain there. These inheritances are left for fated people to discover. In order to find out where it is, I risked my life to get him drunk. The little gourd chuckled. The old lord? Legacy? Ning Chi was startled and asked subconsciously, "Where is that place?" Chapter 28-25. Didn't you say that Whitey was suppressed by the Tiandao family? How can I save her with my current cultivation? Ning Chi said helplessly. Whitey was the white light in the immortal slaying gourd. Without it, the immortal slaying gourd was just a pig waiting to die. I was shocked just now and didn't react in time. I thought about it carefully. This trial is an opportunity for both of us. I know that Whitey is suppressed in the G family, but the G family doesn't know Whitey's true origin. With Whitey's intelligence, she must have kept a low profile all these years and won't attract too much attention. As long as you can enter the G family with my guidance, there's a high chance that you can save Whitey. At that time, Whitey and I will be a connate numinous treasure. We can kill immortals and Buddhas. Oh, but there are no Buddhas in the immortal world, the gourd said with a smile. Oh, Ning Chi thought for a while and nodded. Okay, I promise you. As long as there's a chance, I'll save Whitey. The gourd was right. This was a rare opportunity to turn the immortal slaying gourd back into a connate numinous treasure. This was a great help to Ning Chi. If he really couldn't save Whitey, he had a way to get the gourd to tell him where the cave abode was. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. Remember to wake me up. The gourd nodded and rolled on the ground. It turned back into a gourd and entered Ning Chi's sea of consciousness. Since the Tao protection fruit needs to be refined into a profound Tao pill in order to display its greatest effects, I'll try one and keep the rest. Thinking to hear, Ning Chi casually threw the Tao protection fruit in his hand into his mouth, and the fruit instantly turned into juice, flowing down his throat into his stomach. In an instant, Ning Chi felt his throat burning, and when the juice of the Tao protection fruit entered his stomach, it immediately turned into countless tiny strands of energy. They flowed into Ning Chi's limbs and bones. This energy was extremely fiery, like a raging inferno, burning Ning Chi's meridians. Even the temperature outside was rising because of Ning Chi's incomparably hot body. Every breath Ning Chi took was accompanied by white smoke. As time passed by, the heat rose higher and higher. If it were any other ordinary, perfected golden immortal, they would have been burnt to death. However, Ning Chi's physical body was extremely strong, so he was able to endure the heat. Soon, after an unknown period of time, the heat gradually disappeared. Just when Ning Chi thought that the effects of the fruit of Wei were limited to just this much, another wave of intense pain suddenly assaulted him. The terrifying power derived from the fruit of Wei in Ning Chi's body seemed to have turned from a raging fire into a knife, constantly slicing through Ning Chi's meridians. Pain, pain, pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on Ning Chi's forehead. Even when Qi Xuezhen had interrogated him, Ning Chi hadn't felt this much pain. The pain lasted for about an hour. Phew! After a while, Ning Chi finally opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He was sure that the effects of the fruit of Tao Protector had come to an end. This really is an all-purpose fruit. After looking inside himself, Ning Chi let out a sigh. Under the effects of the fruit of Tao Protector, his meridians had become a bit more resilient, and his physical strength had also increased a bit. Even the immortal qi that had filled his fourth immortal meridian to the brim had increased a bit. However, Jiang Haitao was right. The effects of the fruit of Tao Protector were extremely strong. Even a grand immortal would probably explode and die if swallowed directly. If he didn't die, it might cause irreparable damage to his meridians. Only someone like Ning Qi, whose physical body had reached a certain degree of freakishness, could barely endure the effects of the fruit of Tao Protector. After swallowing the first fruit of Tao Protector, Ning Qi didn't want to take a second one. Although it was a bit effective, the one he had just taken didn't have any effect on his fruit of Tao. Ning Qi wanted to see if there was a chance to refine the fruit of Tao Protector into a Xian Tao pill before taking it. Master Wenxin, is that the fruit of Tao Protector in front? Qi Yi suddenly pointed in a direction and asked. Hearing this, Master Wenxin quickly looked in the direction Qi Yi was pointing at. With a flicker of his eyes, he shot towards that direction at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Qi Yi quickly followed. Not long after entering this place, he and Master Wenxin met again, under a completely withered tree. Qi Yi and Master Wenxin looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What Qi Yi saw just now was only the tip of the withered tree. There was a green fruit that looked like a baby hanging there. However, there were similar fruits hanging on the other branches of the withered tree. Roughly counting, there were a total of 18 to 19 fruits. Qi, we've passed this trial. Master Wenxin's eyes were filled with joy. After a careful count, there were exactly 20 fruits on the tree, with 10 fruits each. They had completed the trial's requirement. So many fruit of Tao Protector, ha. A pleasantly surprised voice was heard not far away. Master Wenxin's expression changed drastically as he looked towards the source of the voice. He saw Su Jinglei and another Xian immortal walking towards them, staring at the withered tree with a fiery gaze. Senior Su, we saw these fruits first. Master Wenxin's expression was slightly ugly, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Qi Yi to stay back. Qi Yi looked at Su Jinglei and Master Wenxin cautiously, feeling a trace of worry in his heart. In this trial, there was no such thing as first come, first served. This time he had to either give up the 20 fruit of Tao Protector or fight with Su Jinglei and Master Wenxin. However, he was only a golden immortal and Master Wenxin was only a late-stage, perfected golden immortal. How could a late-stage, perfected golden immortal be a match for these two mysterious immortals? So it's Master Wenxin. Hee. Actually, we saw these fruits from afar. Actually, we saw them first. Su Jinglei smiled. Brother Su, they're just a grand luo and a golden immortal. Do you really need to waste your breath on them? Let's just take the fruits away to avoid any more trouble. The other Xian immortal snorted and was about to make a move. At this moment, 2 more figures descended from the sky and appeared in front of the 4. It's them. The 4's expression changed. There are 20 fruit of Tao Protector on this withered tree. Ingshi was surprised. Ji Sijuan glanced at Su Jinglei and Master Wenxin before looking at Qi. She smiled and said, What a coincidence, I can collect some interest now. Qi Ye's expression turned solemn. Chapter 28-26. Hearing Ji Sijuan's words, Ingshi smiled. Sijuan, let's collect these Tao Guardian fruits first. If you want to kill that brat, we'll do it later. Okay. Ji Sijuan nodded. Not long after, the Tao Protector fruits on the withered tree were all collected by Ingshi. He gave 10 to Ji Sijuan. Right now, as long as the 2 of them chanted Ji Xuanling's voice in their hearts, they would be considered to have completed the trial and could leave this place. However, Ji Sijuan wanted to kill Ning Qi, and Ingshi also had his own reasons. So, there was no need to leave this place too early. Seeing this scene, Su Jinglei and Qi Xian's heart ached to death. If they came a quarter of an hour earlier, these fruits would be theirs. After collecting the fruits, Ji Sijuan's gaze fell back on Qi Yi. She said indifferently, Kill yourself to avoid any physical pain. Qi Ye's expression was ugly. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Suicide? Don't even think about it. He's just a junior. One of you is a Xian immortal, and the other is a Tai senior. Why bother with a golden immortal junior? When Xian monk forced a smile and said, Master, there's no need to beg them. Her nephew can't beat Big Brother, so she will naturally avenge him. It's just death. What's there to be afraid of? Qi sneered. Su Jinglei and Qi Xian retreated, not wanting to participate in this battle. Ingshi suddenly looked at them and shouted coldly, Where are you two going? Senior, this matter has nothing to do with us. We'll leave now. Su Jinglei hurriedly smiled. Did I say you can leave? Stand properly. Ingshi sneered. After hearing this, Su Jinglei and Ji Sijuan exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They suddenly thought that since Ingshi and Ji Sijuan wanted to kill Qi, they would definitely not leave Venerable when Xian alive. In this case, they would have offended Ning Qi. Given Ning Qi's relationship with the White Emperor Immortal Lord, given Ning Qi's relationship with White Emperor Immortal Monarch, if they knew about this, there would be endless troubles. In this way, even they would become targets of annihilation. After figuring this out, the two of them looked extremely unsightly. Haha, you're quite courageous. However, I've seen many people who aren't afraid of death. You should know that there are many terrifying things in this world other than death. Those who aren't afraid of death will bitterly beg me to grant them death in the end. How do you think you compare to them? Ingshi looked at Qi Yi with a smile that was not a smile. Want to torture me? Qi Yi was slightly startled and his face turned ashen. Both of you are seniors. Please be magnanimous and forgive my disciple. If you really want to kill him, then please grant him a quick death. When Xian monk sighed in his heart and said, Do you think a mere late-stage, perfected golden immortal is qualified to talk to me? It'll be your turn soon, don't worry. Ingshi coldly sneered. He then turned to Ji Sijuan. Sijuan, let's finish them off as soon as possible. We'll go look for that brat. Yes. Ji Sijuan nodded slightly and reached out to grab Qi Yi. Surging great Tao energy surged out from her palm and turned into dozens of whips. If Qi Yi was hit by one of them, he would definitely die on the spot. Just when everyone thought that Qi Yi was dead for sure, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Qi Yi. Dozens of whips formed from the power of the Grand Tao immediately lashed out at the figure's chest. Then the figure turned into specks of light and disappeared. Ji Sijuan was slightly shocked. The person who came was able to withstand her attack without moving. Instead, he shattered her great Tao energy. This meant that the other party's cultivation was at least in the primordial immortal realm. Ingshi immediately reacted and snorted coldly at Ning Yi. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? We're saved. Su Jinglei and the other Xian immortal looked at each other with joy. As long as the situation changed, they would have a chance to escape. Big Brother is here. After Qi Yi saw Ning Yi's appearance, he immediately looked around in surprise. This is Brother Ning's bodyguard? He's really not dead, but to be able to withstand Ji Sijuan's attack, I'm afraid he's very strong. When Xian monk looked at Ning Yi with a trace of shock in his eyes. He had never seen Ning Yi in action before. The only time was during the second stage of the trial when everyone was swept to the shore by the waves. But at that time he only suspected Ning Yi's strength and did not see Ning Yi's means with his own eyes. Sure, Ning Yi looked at Ingshi indifferently and did not say anything. Ingshi frowned and was about to speak when his eyes moved slightly and looked towards a certain direction. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows of the dense forest and came to the front of everyone. Ingshi and Ji Sijuan's expression changed slightly when they saw this figure. Brother Ning, you've come at the right time. When Xian monk saw Ning Qi and let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he forgot to call Ning Qi by his pseudonym. It's him. Su Jinglei was a little surprised and puzzled. Ning Qi was a mere golden immortal at the peak of the golden immortal realm. Instead of hiding or running away, he took the initiative to come out. Why? Ning Qi nodded and smiled at when Xen Monk, then looked at Ingshi and Ji Sijuan and said, "If I didn't happen to pass by here, would you have tortured Qi Yi to death?" Ingshi glanced at Ning Qi coldly and did not reply. His attention was focused on Ning Yi. He found that he couldn't see through Ning Yi's cultivation, which made him extremely fearful. Ji Sijuan's eyes turned cold as she stared at Ning Qi. "Shu Fan died in your hands?" "Yes, it seems like you have his life token in your hand. Otherwise, how would you know that he's dead?" Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "What? Sijuan, your nephew died in his hands?" Ingshi was slightly startled. Ji Sijuan had never mentioned this to him before. He suddenly understood why Ji Sijuan was so determined to kill Ning Qi. "Today you must die." Ji Sijuan glared at Ning Qi and gnashed her teeth. At this moment, her beautiful face was ruined by the resentment on her face. "Wrong, it's you who must die." The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. "Ning Yi, capture the woman alive and kill the man." In the next moment, Ning Qi grabbed Qi Yi and went Xen Monk with one hand and retreated rapidly. When Ji Sijuan and Ingshi reacted, Ning Yi was already in front of them. This person actually listens to his orders? Ingshi and Ji Sijuan were shocked. Su Jinglei and the other Xian immortal were also stunned by this scene. The way they looked at Ning Qi changed drastically. Not only was he a good friend of White Emperor Immortal Monarch, he also had such a powerful subordinate. They even suspected that Ning Qi was the illegitimate child of some immortal emperor. Retreat. Chapter 28-27. Su Jinglei and the others stared at this scene with a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Ingshi was a primordial unity cultivator after all. How could he be sent flying just like that? Too strong, Su Jinglei sighed in his heart. Ingshi was even more shocked than him. Ning Yi's punch just now had directly caused the great Tao energy in his body to become chaotic. He felt like his body was about to explode. "I'm no match for him." Thinking of this, Ingshi hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Ji Sijuan and turned to escape. Between his life and a woman, he chose his life. "Where can you escape to?" Ning Yi's voice suddenly sounded above Ingshi. Ingshi reacted extremely quickly. He clapped his hands in the air. At the same time, an immortal sword flew out of his sea of consciousness and slashed at Ning Yi. Bang! Ingshi only felt a huge force passing through his head into his body. His vision darkened and he fell to the ground. His immortal sword was constantly struggling in Ning Yi's hand, but it couldn't break free at all. Ingshi tried to adjust his breathing while looking at Ning Yi with some panic. Seeing this, Qi Yi hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. "Brother Beixian, he and that woman each have 10 Tao Guardian fruits. They were just picked." Ning Qi heard this, and his heart moved. The next moment, Ning Yi brazenly attacked, not giving Ingshi any time to react. During this time, Ingshi also began to silently recite Ji Xuanling's name, wanting to escape from this place. Unfortunately, he had only said 2 words when Ning Yi's attack had already fallen on him. "I can't accept this," the last thought flashed through Ingshi's mind. He suddenly died on the spot. Ning Yi's figure moved and disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time as Ning Qi, he arrived at the place where Ji Sijuan had landed. Apart from the chaos around him, Ji Sijuan was long gone. "This woman runs really fast." Ning Qi sneered. Needless to say, Ji Sijuan must have silently recited Ji Xuanling's name and left this secret realm. Ning Qi took out an interspatial ring from Ingshi's body and found 10 Tao Guardian fruits. After putting them into the spatial bag, his eyes fell on Su Jinglei and Qi Yi. Su Jinglei's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly took a step forward and cupped his fists. Thank you, Brother Wu. If it wasn't for Brother Wu and this senior, the 4 of us would have died in their hands today. Do you have the Tao Protector Fruit? Ning Qi said lightly. Hearing this, the 2 were startled and their expressions turned ugly. Ning Qi patiently looked at them, and after a while, Su Jinglei squeezed out a smile. We haven't found a single Tao Guardian Fruit. If we do, we will give it to you as a token of our gratitude. I hope Brother Wu won't blame us. Brother Wu, these 2 were prepared to snatch our Tao Protector Fruits. When Xan Monk took a step forward and looked at Su Jinglei with a faint smile. What? When Xan Monk, you can't talk nonsense. At that time, the fruit of Tao was growing on the withered tree. It was an ownerless object. How could you steal it? Su Jinglei was shocked. At this moment, he seemed to have noticed the murderous intent in Ning Qi's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth and threw a Tao Protector Fruit to Ning Qi. Brother Wu, a straightforward person will not beat around the bush. This is my only Tao Protector Fruit. Can I use it to exchange for my life? After a pause, he looked at the other Xian immortal, Brother Zhao. Take out the Tao Protector Fruit. The Xian immortal unwillingly took out a Tao Protector Fruit and threw it to Ning Qi. With 2 Tao Protector Fruits in his hands, Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. The next time we meet, you won't be able to leave without a Tao Protector Fruit. Yes. Su Jinglei and the Xian immortal quickly responded and left in a hurry. Adding the 4 Tao Protector Fruits from before, Ning Qi now had a total of 16 Tao Protector Fruits. However, this was far from enough for Ning Qi. He didn't know how many Tao Protector Fruits were needed to refine the Xian Tao Pill. Since it was rare for him to come here, he naturally had to plunder before leaving. When Xan Monk, let's go. Let's meet up with Reverend Scarlet Flame and try our luck. Ning Qi smiled at the 2. Ji Sijuan returned to the mountain range. When she appeared, she found that many immortals had also found 10 Tao Protector Fruits and left the secret realm. Ji Xianling looked at Ji Sijuan indifferently and didn't say anything. Ji Sijuan immediately reacted and took out the 10 Tao Protector Fruits she obtained and handed them to Ji Xianling. Only 10? Ji Xianling said indifferently. Only 10. Ji Sijuan nodded calmly. In reality, she had hidden a few. If she took them all out, she would be an idiot. Tao Protector Fruits were extinct in the outside world. She might be able to use a few in the future. I remember your Ji Sijuan, 9th on the Xian Immortal ranking, right? Ji Xianling looked Ji Sijuan up and down and suddenly spoke. Many immortals nearby looked at Ji Sijuan with a trace of envy. In their opinion, the fact that an ancient immortal emperor like Ji Xianling was willing to speak a few words with Ji Sijuan was already a clear indication of his attitude. It was very likely that Ji Sijuan had already been selected by the Tiandao family. Yes, Ji Sijuan nodded respectfully. You and I share the same surname, so we can be considered to have some history. How about this? If you can reach the 7th step in the 4th trial, I'll personally take you in as my disciple. Ji Xianling said indifferently. What? Ji Sijuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly cupped her hands. Thank you, Senior Ji Xianling. Usually, only those who could reach the 9th step could be taken in as a disciple by an immortal emperor. Now, she only needed to reach the 7th step to become Ji Xuanling's disciple. Ji Sijuan was very confident in her aptitude. The 7th step was definitely not a problem, but she knew that it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to reach the 9th step. That was why she was so surprised. After that, Ji Sijuan stood respectfully near Ji Xianling. From the looks of it, she seemed to have already regarded herself as Ji Xuanling's disciple. However, a face appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. As long as I pass the 4th trial, I'll be able to become an immortal emperor's disciple. At that time, I'll definitely kill you and avenge Lu Shufan. Ji Sijuan said in her heart. As for Ingshi, she knew that he might have already been killed. His life or death wouldn't be of any concern to Ji Sijuan. Chapter 28:28. Those guys seemed to have a few Tao protector fruits on them. On top of a mountain, for mystic immortals stood side by side. Their eyes were locked onto Ning Qi's group. After a brief discussion, they rose into the air and arrived before Ning Qi's group in a flash. Reverend Scarlet Flame and the other 4 Xian immortals turned pale when they saw the 4 Xian immortals descending from the sky. However, when Xian monk calmly glanced at Ning Yi and asked with a smile, "Do the 4 of you have any Tao protector fruits?" Huh? The 4 mystic immortals were about to ask Ning Qi's group to hand over the Tao protector fruits when they were dumbfounded by Venerable when Xian's question. Something doesn't seem right? They were the ones who planned to rob these guys. But these guys are asking them if they have any Tao protector fruits? Reverend Red Flame and the other 4 mystic immortals stared at Master when Xian in confusion. Venerable when Xian, what are you doing? Don't provoke these 4 guys. They are all mystic immortals. If they fight, no matter how strong Brother Ning Sortere is, we will still die in their hands. Reverend Red Flame transmitted his voice to Venerable when Xian. Don't be afraid. I know what I'm doing. Venerable when Xian smiled at Reverend Red Flame. Reverend Red Flame was slightly startled and curious. Where did Venerable when Xian's confidence come from? What a bluff! One of the mystic immortals snorted. You guys have been here for quite some time. Hand over all the Tao protector fruits, and I will let you leave this place alive. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. Brother Ning, what do you think? Venerable when Xian smiled at Ning Qi. Brother Beixian, this is definitely not the first time they have done this. Perhaps they have robbed many immortals already. They must have some Tao protector fruits. Qi Yi interrupted. Ning Qi smiled, and with a thought, Ning Yi instantly charged forward. In less than a breath's time, the 4 mystic immortals were suppressed by Ning Yi. Their faces were filled with fear as they finally understood why Venerable when Xian was so calm. There was a Tai in this team. Damn it, the 4 of them were filled with regret. They had just realized that Ning Yi's cultivation was a little unfathomable. But this team of Grand Luo and Golden Immortals didn't even have a mystic immortal. They never would have thought that Ning Yi was a primordial immortal. What a joke! Why would a Tai fool around with these juniors? He didn't play by the rules at all. Come on, hand over the universe ring. Ning Qi smiled and said, if there's a fruit of way inside, I'll spare your lives. If not, I'll send you on your way. Just who is this gold immortal? The 4 of them looked at Ning Yi in shock, then at Ning Qi. They realized that Ning Yi did not seem to be the leader of the team in front of them, but Ning Qi, a perfected golden immortal. Fellow Taoists, these are our rings. All the Tao Bee's fruits we've collected are inside. Please spare our lives, seeing that we haven't made a grave mistake. However, after Ning Qi took the interspatial ring, he said to Ning Yi, they are dishonest. Kill them. Wait, the 4 of them revealed terrified expressions, and one of them hurriedly said, also, we've hidden some Tao protector fruit somewhere. If you promise not to kill us, we'll take you there. Qi Yi and the others had a strange look on their faces. They didn't expect these guys to be so cunning. They hid the Tao Bee's fruits somewhere else instead of on themselves. Lead the way, Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Soon, the 4 brought Ning Qi to their temporary lair. As expected, they found 4 more Tao Bee's fruits. In addition to the 4 in their rings, there were 8 Tao Bee's fruits in total. Ning Qi unceremoniously put them into his spatial bag. Now he had a total of 24 Tao Bee's fruits, but this number was far from enough. If Venerable Red Flame and the others wanted to leave this secret realm, they needed at least 10 each. Can we go now? The 4 Xian immortals looked at Ning Qi taking away their Tao Bee's fruits with heartache. They forced a smile. Yes, you can go now. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The four heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had lost a lot of Dao Bee's fruits, at least the other party kept his promise and didn't take their lives. Ha ha ha. That bastard definitely didn't expect this to be our real lair. Like I said, if we keep robbing other people's Dao Bee's fruit, we'll inevitably kick an iron plate. How can we carry the Dao Bee's fruit with us? If this place is also raided, we'll suffer a huge loss. In a hidden ravine, the four of them had set up a concealment spell formation. After Ning Qi let them go, they circled around the ravine a few times before finally reaching it. They found a hidden cave, and the four of them started digging. After digging a meter into the ground, they ate dozens of Dao protector fruits. It appeared in front of them. Brother Bailey, you're smart. Otherwise, we would be utterly unable to protect this batch of Dao protector fruits this time. Alas, what a pity. That fellow seized 8 of them earlier. If we had those 8, then we would be entirely capable of leaving this place first. If we continue staying here, then we'll be unable to avoid encountering an iron plate. The other Xian immortal praised. Then, a look of pity appeared on his face. They only buried 32 Dao protector fruits here, only enough for the 3 of them to leave. The Xian immortal called Brother Bailey laughed smugly. What's the rush? Are you scared out of your wits this time? It's rare for us to come to this mystic realm. If we don't find more Dao protector fruits, how can we face ourselves? Since even the Tian Dao family wants this fruit, I don't think I need to say how valuable it is, right? Oh, I see. At this point, footsteps could be heard coming from outside the cave, stopping him from continuing. Ning Yi's familiar figure appeared in front of the 4 once again. You! The 4 of them looked at Ning Yi in horror. They didn't expect that Ning Yi had followed them all the way here. At this moment, one of the Xian immortals reacted quickly and pounced towards the Dao protector fruits. However, Ning Yi was faster. The Xian immortal was slapped to death by Ning Yi. The other 3 were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. They watched helplessly as Ning Yi took all the Dao protector fruits and left the cave. Their faces instantly turned ashen. Not long after, Ning Yi returned to the team and handed the 32 Dao protection fruits to Ning Qi. When Xian Monk and the others were impressed by Ning Yi's actions. Brother Bei Xian, how did you know that they still have the Dao protector fruits? Qi Yi asked curiously. I guessed. Chapter 28-29. Several months later, the area where Ning Qi and the others were had been explored by the crowd. Many immortals who had their eyes on them were suppressed by Ning Yi before they could even make a move. Ning Qi kept the Dao guardian fruits, one after another. The speed at which he obtained the fruits was much faster than searching for them on his own. This trial was supposed to be a free-for-all, so when the immortals in the mystic realm met, the big fish would eat the small fish, and the small fish would eat the shrimps. After the big fish were full, they would naturally want to eat Ning Qi's group of shrimps. How could they possibly think that Ning Qi's group was a shark? Every time the big fish was devoured by Ning Qi and the others, a wave of Dao guardian fruits would appear. It was equivalent to the immortals nearby becoming Ning Qi and the others' potential workers. They would help them obtain the Dao guardian fruits and then kindly deliver them to Ning Qi and the others. The Dao guardian fruits here are enough for you to complete the trial. Take them and leave. Ning Qi took out the Dao guardian fruits and gave 10 to each of them. No one objected. They knew that it was all thanks to Ning Qi and Ning Yi that they could gather the Dao guardian fruits so quickly. Otherwise, they would not be able to move freely in the secret realm, even with their grand, heavenly Luo cultivation base. They would be killed and robbed if they accidentally encountered a mystic immortal. Big Brother Beishian will wait for you outside. Qi said to Ning Qi after taking the Dao guardian fruits. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Then, everyone disappeared on the spot one after another. After sending Qi Yi and the others away, Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Their presence would only hinder Ning Qi's movements. Now that they were gone, Ning Yi would be able to kill anyone in this mystery land as long as he did not encounter anyone at the level of a mortal monarch with his means as a primordial unity true immortal. Another month passed by. When Ning Qi and Ning Yi passed by a valley, they were suddenly stopped by an array formation. "Oh, it's you." An immortal who looked like a child of 7 or 8 years old stood in the air and looked down at Ning Qi. He frowned subconsciously when his gaze fell on Ning Yi. "Tai." Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Right at this moment, another 3 figures dashed over. One was an old woman carrying a flower basket, another was an old man with a dragon-headed staff, and the last was a gloomy young man. After the 3 saw Ning Qi's appearance, the flower seller frowned slightly. "An aging boy. This kid has a good relationship with Emperor Bai. Let him go." Before the unaging boy could speak, the young man laughed sinisterly. "I heard that the White Emperor and the other immortal monarchs are engaged in a fierce battle. There are many, many Tao protector fruits in the area they are at. It's not like where we are now. It's so barren. No matter how small the meat of a fly is, it's still meat. How can we let them go?" The old man with the dragon head staff nodded. "In Snake is right. No matter how small the meat of a fly is, it's still meat. Lock them up in the valley first. When they think it through, they will naturally hand over the Tao Guardian fruit." The unaging boy laughed and reached out to grab Ning Qi and Ning Yi. Ning Yi moved his head slightly and looked at Ning Qi. As long as Ning Qi gave the order, he could kill this group of people on the spot. However, Ning Qi didn't let him do it. Instead, he let the 2 of them be grabbed by the unaging boy and brought into the valley. In the valley, there were hundreds of immortals sitting cross-legged. When they saw the unaging boy appear, their faces were filled with anger and fear. "You 2 stay here. We, the 4 immortals of the evil Tao, are upright and upright people. We won't rob you of your Tao protector fruits. We'll give you 1 day to consider whether you want to hand over the Tao protector fruits or stay here until the time is up and become nutrients for this mystic realm." The unaging boy laughed at Ning Qi and Ning Yi. His figure instantly disappeared on the spot. The immortals in the valley looked at Ning Qi and Ning Yi with a hint of schadenfreude. "Do you 2 have Tao protector fruits?" A fierce-looking guy who was less than 10 feet away from Ning Qi and Ning Yi suddenly asked. His aura indicated that he was an abstruse immortal, a late-stage abstruse immortal. "No." Ning Qi smiled. "Hee," the burly man sneered. "Without Tao protector fruits, you can't leave this place. When the mystic realm's time is up, you'll stay here for the rest of your lives." "What do you mean?" Ning Qi smiled. The burly man seemed to be a chatterbox, or perhaps he was too bored. It turned out that the 4 immortals of the evil Tao had set up a special restrictive spell in the valley. Immortals below Grand Unity couldn't leave this place without the permission of the 4 immortals. But as long as they handed over their Tao protector fruits, they would be released. It was equivalent to a prison. The corrupt paths 4 immortals had done this from the start. Although there were only a few hundred immortals in the valley, there were actually over 1,000. But in the end, they had all handed over their Tao protector fruits. Only after handing over the Tao protector fruits were they able to leave. "Doesn't that mean that the 4 seniors have thousands of Tao protector fruits?" Ning Qi was a little surprised. The burly man subconsciously looked up and saw that the 4 immortals were guarding the valley, ignoring them. He whispered, "That's right. If they already have thousands of Tao protector fruits, I'd leave this place. They're really too greedy." There are quite a few Grand Unity immortals who entered the mystic realm this time. Aren't the 4 seniors interested in so many Tao protector fruits? Ning Qi asked curiously. Another immortal interrupted. "Our region is very desolate, and there are very few Tao protector fruits, unlike other regions. That's why there are very few Grand Unity immortals. Some Grand Unity immortals tried to snatch the Tao protector fruits from the four immortals, but they all failed. Even a late-stage Grand Unity Immortal isn't confident of winning against the four immortals when they join forces. Which primordial immortal would risk getting himself injured or even killed for these worldly possessions? Some Grand Unity Immortals even imitated the four immortals and set up prisons like ours in certain places to imprison passing immortals. The immortals even go out and capture anyone they see. Only those who hand over the Tao protector fruits will have a chance to leave. Ning Qi nodded thoughtfully. Just then, a few more groups of immortals were captured by the unaging boy into the valley. These immortals were only golden immortals, and their faces were full of fear. Before the unaging boy could leave, they immediately handed over the Tao protector fruits. "You're sensible. You can leave now." The unaging boy nodded with a smile. After putting away the Tao protector fruits, he formed a hand seal. Then, an opening suddenly appeared in the array in midair. The group of golden immortals quickly fled through the opening. How about it? Has anyone thought it through? The unaging boy looked at the crowd with a smile, and his eyes suddenly fell on Ning Qi. What about you? Have you thought it through? If you have, hand over the Tao protector fruits immediately, and I'll spare the four of you. Chapter 2830. The hundreds of immortals imprisoned in the valley looked at Ning Qi in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock and a hint of pity. This fellow has probably gone crazy from fear, right? A mere perfected golden immortal dares to threaten the four immortals of the evil path? I remember there was a grade 7 planet that didn't like the four immortals of the wicked path and joined forces with all the righteous sects to kill them. In the end, the entire planet was slaughtered and the primordial immortals of the righteous sects were killed. They howled for years before they were finally killed. This kid is in deep trouble today. I can't believe I said so much to a lunatic. The burly man stared at Ning Qi with his mouth agape and subconsciously backed away. The old woman selling flowers, the old man with the dragon head staff, and the young man called Hidden Snake appeared beside the unaging boy one after another, and looked at Ning Qi with strange expressions. What did you just say? You want us to hand over the Tao Guard fruits? Hidden Snake looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. I heard that even a late-stage primordial immortal can't do anything to you if you join forces. But what about a perfected primordial immortal? Ning Qi looked at Hidden Snake and smiled. In the next moment, a majestic aura rose from Ning Yi's body. All the immortals in the valley paled as they stared at Ning Yi in disbelief. At the same time, they felt as if a huge boulder was pressing down on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. A perfected primordial immortal. The four immortals of the wicked path stared blankly at Ning Yi. Their expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, they were only mid-stage primordial immortals. If the four of them joined forces, they could fight a late-stage primordial immortal with their magic treasures and trump cards. But they stood no chance against a perfected primordial immortal. I knew this kid wasn't that simple. That's what you get for being greedy. The old woman transmitted her voice to the other three in anger. Hidden Snake and the other two looked uncertain, but they were more or less regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Ning Qi and Hidden Snake leave. What do you want, Your Excellency? Asked the old woman with a sigh. Didn't I just say it? Hand over the Tao Guard fruits you've obtained recently, and this matter will be over. Ning Qi smiled. You're too greedy. The four of us have worked hard for so many days, yet you want to take away all of our fruits? Hidden Snake said angrily. Ning Qi looked at him slowly. What does it have to do with me, how hard you've worked? I only want the result, not the process. Either you give me the Tao Protector fruit, or you can die. It's that simple. Which do you choose? When the immortals in the valley heard this, they all felt relieved. At the same time, they were shocked by Ning Qi's background. What should we do? The unaging boy looked at the other three. Give it to him. The Tao Protector fruit is just an external object. Since we still have time, we can continue to collect the Tao Protector fruit here. If we lose our lives, we'll lose everything. The old man with the dragon head staff sighed in his heart and transmitted his voice. A hint of unwillingness flickered in Hidden Snake's eyes. He subconsciously looked at Ning Yi and felt a chill in his heart when he found Ning Yi was staring at him. Ning Qi wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently with a half-smile. About 8 breaths later, the four reached an agreement and said to Ning Qi, "We haven't collected that many Tao Protector fruits. Only about 3,000 in total. We'll give you 3,000. What do you think?" Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "I want all of them." "You've gone too far." Hidden Snake was enraged. "Ning Yi do it." Ning Qi smiled. "Wait," the old woman quickly said. "All right, all of them are yours. All of the Tao Protector fruits are yours." 10 minutes later, the two sides finished the transaction. Ning Qi glanced at Hidden Snake with a grin. The latter lowered his head and didn't dare to meet Ning Qi's eyes, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and would attack Ning Qi. "I really have to thank you all this time. I'll be leaving first." Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he finished, he and Ning Yi soared into the sky. The 4 evil immortals quickly created an opening to prevent Ning Yi from breaking the formation. The immortals in the valley were somewhat disappointed. They had wanted to see Ning Qi and Li Xiandao fight with the 4 immortals of the evil path, and then they could take the opportunity to escape. However, the battle didn't even start. The 3,300 Tao Protector fruits that the 4 immortals had handed over had disappeared without a trace, especially the burly man who talked to Ning Qi earlier. He looked at Ning Qi dejectedly and opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Just as the 4 evil immortals heaved a sigh of relief, Ning Qi's figure paused. The 4 evil immortals thought that Ning Qi had changed his mind. Not only did he take the Tao Protector fruits, but he also wanted to kill them. Their hearts beat violently. "By the way, do you mind if I ask for someone?" Ning Qi smiled. The 4 evil immortals heaved a sigh of relief. So he only wanted someone. "Of course not. Just tell me who you want to take away." The old woman smiled. "Him." Ning Qi pointed at the burly man. The burly man was stunned for a moment. Then he soared into the sky with joy. He couldn't wait to leave this place. After the 3 of them disappeared from sight, the 4 evil immortals looked at each other. Then Hidden Snake's expression was a bit ugly as he shouted at the immortals in the valley. "I don't have any patience. If you don't hand over the Tao Protector fruit, I'll kill you all." The immortals in the valley looked at each other. The immortals who wanted to endure for a while also quickly handed over the Tao Protector fruits. They were sure that after being extorted by Ning Qi, the 4 evil immortals would definitely have a mental breakdown. They didn't dare to bet on what they would do. "There's no one left in this area." Ning Qi sighed after wandering around for a few days. The Tao Protector fruits in this area had probably fallen into the hands of the 4 evil immortals, and now into his own. After wandering around for a few days, he only saw a few earth immortals and celestial immortals. He didn't even see a golden immortal or a grand luo. This place was empty. As for those earth immortals and celestial immortals, they were scared half to death when they saw Ning Qi. But Ning Qi didn't attack them. Instead, he just flew away. The 4 evil immortals had said that the area where White Emperor and the others were had many Tao Protector fruits and rich resources. Ning Qi planned to go take a look. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb under a big tree. If he followed White Emperor for a while, he might get something good. A few months later, Ning Qi met a few celestial immortals along the way. They had escaped from the area where White Emperor and the others were at. They even advised Ning Qi not to go there because it had become a battlefield for immortal lords. All the immortals had submitted to some immortal lord and fought for all resources. Chapter 2831. It's him. An abstruse immortal's eyes flashed as he recognized Ning Qi. The other abstruse immortal heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was the other party's reinforcements, but he didn't expect it to be just a golden immortal peak stage. As for Ning Yi, he couldn't even be bothered to look at him. How fierce could a golden immortal peak stage be? I'm asking for directions. Do you know where White Emperor Immortal Lord is? Ning Qi smiled. The abstruse immortal who recognized Ning Qi didn't speak, but glanced at the other abstruse immortal. I'll give you a chance. Scram immediately. A puny golden immortal like you wants to see White Emperor Immortal Lord? Are you crazy? Wu Gung frowned and waved his hand like he was swatting a fly. From your tone, you seem to know White Emperor Immortal Lord. Ning Qi looked at Wu Gung and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Of course I know White Emperor Immortal Lord, but even I haven't seen a big shot like him. You want to see him? What a joke. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll personally send you on your way. Wu Gung said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yi suddenly appeared in front of Wu Gung. Wu Gung couldn't react in time and was caught in Ning Yi's hand like a chicken. At the same time, he noticed the trace of primordial qi on Ning Yi's body. If I ask you a question, answer it. Ning Yi said flatly, You're a primordial qi senior? Wu Gung's face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could a grand primordial qi be standing with a puny golden immortal? The other abstruse immortal was also shocked, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If he knew this would happen, he would have turned and fled. Now, even if he wanted to leave, he didn't have the guts. Wrong answer. Ning Yi said flatly and slapped Wu Gung's face. Wu Gung's right cheek immediately swelled up. Even though he was an abstruse immortal and the immortal qi in his body could heal everything, it couldn't reduce the swelling because the one who slapped him was a primordial qi expert. Ning Qi looked at this scene and suddenly felt a little emotional. A long, long time ago, when he first entered society on Earth, he did the same job as Ning Yi. Of course, after a few years, Ning Qi took up a high position and had others take his place to teach some disobedient fellows a lesson. Retracting his thoughts, Ning Qi smiled at Wu Gung. Where is the White Emperor Immortal Lord? Think carefully before you answer. If your answer is not satisfactory, I will send you on your way. Wu Gung was stunned for a moment before he gasped. He finally realized that Ning Qi was actually the leader of the two. Are you a friend of White Emperor Immortal Lord? When I was outside, I saw White Emperor Immortal Lord talking to you. Wu Gung hadn't even spoken when the other mysterious immortal cupped his hands towards Ning Qi, and he spoke with a rather respectful tone. What? Wu Gung was not the only one who was shocked. Even the grand luo that both sides had brought were shocked beyond words. How could a mere perfected golden immortal be a match for the White Emperor Immortal Lord? There had been hundreds of thousands of immortals outside earlier, but only the few thousand closest to Ning Qi's group had seen what had happened. Even if the rest had heard of it, they wouldn't have been able to recognize Ning Qi at all. A friend of White Emperor Immortal Lord? Could it be? Wu Gung finally reacted and stared blankly at Ning Qi, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. When he joined the White Emperor Immortal Lord's side, he had heard that the White Emperor Immortal Lord was acquainted with a golden immortal here, and they seemed to be on good terms. You know me. Do you know where the White Emperor Immortal Lord is? Ning Qi looked at the mysterious immortal, the corner of his lips curling up. Although I didn't join the White Emperor Immortal Lord, I know that he and the others are fighting for a godly mountain. This godly mountain suddenly appeared 3 days ago. I heard that it's the core of this secret realm. Everything in this secret realm, including the Tao Protector fruit, is inextricably linked to that godly mountain. However, that place has been listed as a forbidden area. Apart from immortal lords and primordial immortals, no one below the mysterious immortal lord level is allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy. The mysterious immortal answered respectfully. Divine Mountain, Ning Qi's gaze shifted slightly. It was then that he suddenly felt a little warmth on the surface of his body. The silver dragon tattoo that had not moved for a long time was stirring. Your opportunity is here. That divine mountain should be the hub, core, and origin vein of this place. With it, you might be able to use it to comprehend the Tao fruit and break through to the grand heavenly realm. The silver dragon's voice rang in Ning Chi's ears. After saying that, the tattoo turned cold again, and the silver dragon stopped moving. Which direction is the divine mountain that you mentioned? Ning Chi looked at the mysterious immortal and asked. Ning Chi could not see through the silver dragon's means, but he dared to guarantee that it was definitely in existence at the third step. Its words were 70% to 80% credible. The mysterious immortal pointed in a direction. Ning Chi nodded, and his gaze suddenly fell on Wu Geng. Wu Geng hurriedly smiled sheepishly. I was blind to have offended you. Please forgive me. Slap. Without any warning, another slap landed on Wu Geng's face. He blacked out and almost fainted. When he came back to his senses, he realized that everyone was looking at him strangely. Ning Chi and Ning, you were nowhere to be seen. You can't compete with me for this spirit fruit in your current state. You should leave. The mysterious immortal smiled faintly. Wu Geng's expression was ashen. He touched his cheek and found that it was swollen like a pig's head. Gritting his teeth, he snorted coldly and turned to leave with the group of Grand Luo. Ning Chi flew tens of thousands of miles in a single breath. Finally, he saw a mountain floating in the air in the distance. The top half of the mountain was completely shrouded in clouds and mist. This mountain was very strange. Its entire body seemed to be made of black refined iron, not stone. The mountain that seemed to be made of refined iron was emanating a majestic will of the great Tao. Ning Chi could clearly feel it even though he was far away from it. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Immediately after, Ning Chi saw 7 silhouettes fighting around the divine mountain. All sorts of golden light flashed as immortal arts clashed, and the shock waves turned into extremely powerful air currents that swept in all directions, reaching Ning Chi in the blink of an eye. Ning Yi's figure moved slightly and appeared before Ning Chi. He blocked the shock waves for Ning Chi. Among the 7 silhouettes, one of them was the White Emperor. His cultivation seemed to be the strongest among the 7, which was why he would often be ganged up on by the others. This place has been listed as a forbidden area. Leave at once. Suddenly, a silhouette streaked through the air and shouted at Ning Chi. It was a primordial immortal, and his cultivation was the same as Qi Xuezhen and the others. Early stage primordial immortal. And if I don't leave... Chapter 2832. Junior, this divine mountain is something that the 7 great immortal monarchs are fighting over, and it's already prohibited for cultivators below the mysterious immortal realm to enter this place. You're merely a perfection stage golden immortal. So if you're affected by the aftershock, then you'll die without a doubt. Leave quickly. The primordial immortal seemed to be quite patient. After being questioned by Ning Chi, he reluctantly explained to Ning Chi why this place was listed as a forbidden area. Don't be afraid. He's a grand unity. Ning Chi smiled and pointed at Ning Yi. Him. The grand unity was slightly stunned. He subconsciously looked at Ning Yi and realized that he could not see through Ning Yi's background. His aura was very strange. Not only could he not see through his cultivation, but he could not even tell what race he was. This was a little strange. Suddenly, Ning Yi retracted his aura, and the primordial immortal immediately felt a terrible aura assailing his nostrils. He retreated 1,000 feet and looked at Ning Yi with some fear, but he was shocked. Is this a perfected primordial immortal? Discounting the influence of the Tiandao clan, there were only a few perfected primordial immortals in the vast immortal realm. Perhaps there were 3 or 5 in a single immortal domain. That level of cultivation was second only to immortal emperors and immortal monarchs in the immortal world. Immortal emperors rarely showed their faces, and immortal monarchs were very mysterious. Great circle of primordial immortals often roamed the immortal domains, and in some cases, they were more feared than immortal monarchs. So your excellency is a consummate primordial immortal. I'm Yang Su, a cultivator from the ancient celestial court. How should I address your excellency? Yang Su cupped his hands at Ning respectfully. He was an early-stage primordial immortal, and there was a gap of 3 minor realms between him and the perfected primordial immortal. Whether it was in terms of combat prowess or status in the immortal realm, there was a huge gap. Ning said calmly. Yang Su's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked at Ning Qi, then at Ning Yi. He had no idea what the relationship between the two of them was. However, since Ning Yi was a consummate primordial immortal, he naturally had no reason to stop him. He nodded, cupped his hands, and said, "Brother Ning, since you are a consummate primordial immortal, you are naturally qualified to enter this place. But this sacred mountain has been predetermined by the 7 immortal monarchs. A Duan is no match for a grand unity." Ning Yi nodded noncommittally. Seeing this, Yang Su cupped his fists, turned around, and left. So this is the divine mountain that will give me a chance to ascend to Grand Luo. Ning Qi looked at the divine mountain in the distance with sparkling eyes, but after a while he had a feeling that he didn't know where to start. The 7 immortal monarchs were fighting around the divine mountain. As a mere perfected golden immortal, even with his extraordinary battle prowess, it was impossible for him to get close. Even a sect protector puppet like Ning Yi would be turned into ashes if it was hit by an immortal lord. Moreover, even if he got close to the divine mountain, Ning Qi had no idea how to take it away. "Silver Dragon, I'm close to the divine mountain. What should I do next?" Ning Qi thought, "Wait, right now, the sacred mountain has just appeared. Wait another 3 to 5 years, or maybe 10 years. Then an essence will fly out of the sacred mountain. When that time comes, I will help you catch it. You can refine this essence and put the sacred mountain into your knowledge sea." The silver dragon tattoo began to heat up, and at the same time, Ning Qi heard the silver dragon's voice. Realization flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. However, 3 to 5 years or even 10 years was a little too long. If Ji Xianling couldn't hold on for that long and couldn't leave this place before the door closed, he would stay here forever. Ning Qi frowned slightly at that thought. Day after day passed. The White Emperor and the other 6 immortal monarchs didn't seem to be tired and kept fighting. When Ning Qi saw this, he concluded that they wouldn't be able to end the battle in a short amount of time. Thus, he found a mountain below and meditated. He didn't enter the top cultivation training ground to avoid missing the divine mountain's essence. Soon a year had passed, while the White Emperor and the others were fighting for the divine mountain. Many immortals had gathered 10 Tao protector fruits and left this place. In the outside world, the door, covered in golden veins, was still floating in the air. Below it stood one immortal after another who had left the secret realm. Whoosh! Another Grand Luo was caught by Ji Xianling. When the Grand Luo handed over the Tao protector fruit, he looked at Ji Xianling hesitantly. "What is it?" Ji Xianling frowned slightly. "Senior, something big seems to have happened in the secret realm," the Grand Luo said hesitantly. "Stop hemming and hawing. Speak." Ji Xianling said calmly. "Understood." The Grand Luo quickly nodded. "There seems to be a divine mountain made of refined steel in the secret realm, and the 7 immortal monarchs are all fighting over it. My cultivation is low, and I don't know if that divine mountain is a treasure or something else, but I can sense that the aura it emanates is very terrifying." Divine mountain? The immortals below looked at each other in shock. Could there be other spirit treasures in the secret realm apart from the Tao protector fruit? Jiang Haitao and the other disciples of the heavenly Tao clan seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ji Xianling in disbelief. This secret realm has already entered the age of destruction. Is the central core preparing to escape this place? Ji Xianling muttered to herself, and then her gaze immediately turned towards Jiang Haitao and the others. All of you, quickly enter and bring out the central core of this secret realm. You can't let it escape, and you can't let it fall into the hands of others. You must come out within 10 years, or the secret realm will be reduced to nothingness. Otherwise, all of you will die with it. Understood? Jiang Haitao and the others shouted and shot into the air, passing through the gate and disappearing before everyone's eyes. The other immortals were extremely shocked when they saw that. The Divine Mountain must be an extraordinary item to be able to change the expression of an immortal emperor like Ji Xianling and make Jiang Haitao and the other hundreds of immortal monarchs enter the secret realm. Many immortals looked regretful. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have left the secret realm so early. Even if they couldn't obtain the Divine Mountain, they could still go and watch the show. Senior, Ji Sijuan hesitated and looked at Ji Xianling. What, you still want to go in? Ji Xianling looked at Ji Sijuan indifferently. Ji Sijuan nodded with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Fine. If nothing goes wrong, this secret realm will cease to exist in the future. I'll spend some more effort. Those who want to go in again, go in. However, you must come out within 10 years. Ji Xianling nodded after a few moments of silence. What? The secret realm would cease to exist in the future? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Chapter 28:33. It's not over yet. Ning Qi regulated his breathing. While it was better than nothing, it was still better than waiting. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Bai Di and the others were still fighting. Their energy seemed to be endless, and they did not seem tired at all. They had been fighting for more than a year. If it were Ning Qi himself, even if he had a purgatory gate in his consciousness, he would not be able to fight for a year. If it were Ning Qi himself, even if he had a purgatory gate in his consciousness, he would not be able to fight for a year with full power. The mountain Ning Qi had chosen was about 3,000 miles away from the Divine Mountain. Bai Di and the others' battle would occasionally sweep over, but after 3,000 miles, the power of the shockwaves was basically very weak. Ning Yi could easily eliminate the shockwaves for Ning Qi. Someone's coming, Ning Yi suddenly said. Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. He looked in the direction Ning Yi was looking at and saw a black mass of figures coming through the air. More importantly, each of these figures carried the aura of an immortal lord. Why are these people here too? Are they here for the Divine Mountain as well? Ning Qi was a little surprised. He saw Jiang Haitao. This is going to be a little tricky. Ning Qi frowned. Now that there were hundreds of immortal lords fighting for the Divine Mountain, he was not sure if Silver Dragon had the means to obtain the essence of the Divine Mountain in front of hundreds of immortal lords. Jiang Haitao and the others did not pay attention to Ning Qi's mountain. Instead, they all looked at the Divine Mountain. Their eyes burned with passion, and they sped up. From the Grand Luo's description, they had already guessed what this Divine Mountain was. Every mystic realm didn't come into existence without a reason. There had to be something that could be used as the central core of a mystic realm. And when the mystic realm was about to end and be destroyed, the central core would reappear and wait for the right time to go somewhere else. Perhaps after a few years, a new secret realm would be born. If they could obtain the central core at this time, it would be equivalent to obtaining the secret realm's original energy. It would be very useful even for an immortal emperor. However, this secret realm could not support an immortal emperor entering it personally. Otherwise, Ji Xianling would have entered himself, and they would not have had a chance. Bai Di and the others seemed to have noticed this as well. After fighting for about 2 years, they stopped for the first time. They stood in the void and looked at Jiang Haitao and the others. So. Hundreds of immortal lords appeared around the Divine Mountain. Their eyes were burning with greed, and they did not hide their current state of mind. Emperor Bai saw this and frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Jiang Haitao and the others to come here personally. This was equivalent to breaking the rules of the trial. From this, it could be seen that this godly mountain was truly extraordinary. This divine mountain is the core of this mystic realm. You are not disciples of the Tiandao clan, so you do not have the right to fight for the things that belong to the Tiandao clan. So you may leave. An immortal lord from the Tiandao clan stepped forward and glanced at the White Emperor, Immortal Lord, and the others. The aura he exuded was similar to Emperor Bai. They were both late-stage Immortal Monarch. As for the Great Perfection Immortal Monarch, none of the Immortal Monarchs present had reached that level. After the Immortal Monarchs of the Heavenly Dao clan reached the Great Perfection Immortal Monarch, they would go into seclusion to comprehend the clan's Dao talisman inheritance. He prayed that he would break through to the Emperor realm and would no longer roam the pugilistic world. It could be said that a late-stage Immortal Monarch was the strongest existence in the Heavenly Dao clan apart from ancestor Huagu. Meng Qi, late-stage Immortal Monarch. In the distance, Ningqi looked at the Celestial Duke who had just spoken, and his eyes flickered slightly. Among the hundreds of Celestial Dukes here, there were only about 20 late-stage Celestial Dukes like him. The rest were all mid-stage Celestial Dukes, and most of them were early-stage Celestial Dukes like Jiang Haitao. Other than the Jiang family, Ji family, and Ying family, there were also the Meng family, Su family, Ding family, Lu family, Zhou family, and Qian family. Even before he arrived at the trial by fire, he had learned this information from Jiang Bing when he rescued King Qingguang. It was no longer as mysterious as before. However, Ning Qi could still only see the Jiang clan's brand. With his current cultivation base, he couldn't see the other 8 clans' brands. "May I know who you are?" Emperor Bai smiled and asked. "I am Meng Qi from the Meng family." Meng Qi replied calmly. The 6 Immortal Monarchs who had been fighting with Bai Di for 2 years exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. Although their cultivation bases were only at the intermediate Immortal Monarch realm, they had all sorts of trump cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight with Bai Di for so long. Naturally, they felt indignant. This is the trial ground. According to our understanding, the trial of the Heavenly Dao family can only be conducted by us. Other than leading the way, you are not qualified to participate in the trial. This sacred mountain is our opportunity. Why are you here to snatch it? One of the Immortal Monarchs said coldly. He was not afraid, even if he faced the Immortal Monarchs from the Heavenly Dao family. He believed that his cultivation and strength would not be weaker than the other party. On the contrary, an early-stage Immortal Monarch like Jiang Haitao was even weaker than him. Originally, we are indeed not allowed to participate in the trial. Meng Qi's lips curled up. The corners of Meng Qi's mouth curled up slightly. However, this is an exception. This sacred mountain has an extraordinary origin. It's not something you guys are qualified to touch. Step aside now, or leave this mystic realm. If you insist on competing with us, even a perfected Celestial Duke will die if hundreds of Celestial Dukes attack together. After Meng Qi finished speaking, the remaining 20 Immortal Monarchs took a step forward and looked at the 7 Immortal Monarchs. Just these 20 Immortal Monarchs were enough to make the 7 of them suffer, let alone the hundreds of Immortal Monarchs behind them. "All right, I won't interfere." The White Emperor nodded with a smile, turned around, and left. The remaining 6 Immortal Monarchs harumphed in their hearts and left as well. However, they did not go far and stood at a distance. Meng Qi and the rest of the Immortal Monarchs did not mind. This sacred mountain has just appeared. It will take some time for the essence inside to appear. I hope Ji Wangu can hold on for a little longer. Meng Qi's gaze landed on the sacred mountain and said with a smile, "Can't we just break the sacred mountain and extract the essence?" Jiang Haitao suddenly said. Many immortal lords looked at him with mockery in their eyes. Meng Qi glanced at Jiang Haitao and said with a smile, "You haven't experienced it before, so you don't understand. This sacred mountain is the core of this secret realm. It is extremely sturdy. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to break it. Even if we break it, the secret realm might be destroyed instantly. I see. John Hightow took a deep breath and fell silent. Chapter 2834. What a pity, this is a great opportunity. If I could get my hands on this sacred mountain, I might have a chance to peek into the true essence of the Emperor realm. Emperor Bai let out a long sigh. Ning Qi smiled. How could the Tiandao family let such an opportunity fall into the hands of others? That's true. Emperor Bai nodded. With that, his gaze suddenly fell on Ning Yi, and his eyes moved slightly. This is a puppet? A Mahist puppet. Back on the blue Water Star Lake Island, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce held an immortal ascension gathering. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. A Mahist puppet? No wonder it's so strange. His strength has probably already reached the Tai realm. Emperor Bai walked up to Ning Yi curiously and sized him up. Then his expression suddenly changed as he looked at Ning Qi. This puppet has a soul. Indeed, but his soul is different from ordinary people. It's refined by some secret technique of the Mahist family. Ning Qi said, as expected of an ancient family, to be able to develop such a puppet and have the means to refine souls. Pity that these legacies were lost in the great war of immortals and demons, Emperor Bai sighed. Ning Qi smiled without saying anything. Even though he trusted Emperor Bai, things like the Mahist family's secret technique were not suitable to appear in the immortal realm. At least, before Ning Qi could fight against an immortal emperor, he could not reveal the existence of the Mahist family's secret technique. Otherwise, it would definitely draw the wrath of the Tiandao family. In the following period of time, Ning Qi and Emperor Bai sat and discussed Tao, constantly paying attention to the changes of Sacred Mountain. More and more immortals came to the vicinity of Sacred Mountain. The rules set by Emperor Bai and the others no longer existed. Even celestial immortals could stand far away and watch Sacred Mountain. The immortals in the mountains near the Divine Mountain had opened up cave abodes after cave abodes. Even the mountain range where Ning Qi and White Emperor Immortal Lord were had no less than 500 abodes. But aside from the arcane immortals who had initially wanted the treasured lands of Ning Qi and White Emperor Immortal Lord, the two of them had been scared witless. After that, no one dared to come to the peak. Year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, another 4 or 5 years had passed. Several large market squares had appeared in the nearby mountains. Although these immortals didn't dare approach the God Mountain, this pocket dimension had Tao Protector fruits, as well as other immortal grasses, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit materials. In the immortal world, all of them could be considered to be geniuses of the heavens with deep resources. Quite a few people took out things that they didn't have any use for and traded with others, causing these markets to become more and more bustling, and it developed into a large-scale trade fair. Brother Bai, it's quite boring to sit here all day. I'll go take a stroll around those markets and see if there are any treasures I can pick up. One day, Ning Qi suddenly stood up, greeted Emperor Bai, and brought Ning Yi to a large market not far away. In the distance, Meng Qi and the other immortal lords were still sitting cross-legged around the God Mountain. After so many years, the God Mountain had not changed much. After several years of development, the once uninhabited mountain range had become a bustling market. Both heavenly immortals and arcane immortals had set up stalls in harmony, and the sounds of hawking could be heard without end. There was also an endless stream of people walking in and out of the stalls, their eyes sparkling and their gazes like Ning Qi. However, most of the immortals were no fools. They knew what they were selling very well, which was why they were constantly haggling over the price with spittle flying everywhere. This Tao Protector fruit of mine is extra. You can trade it with spirit fruits of the same level. If you can't afford it, then don't come and join in the fun. An arcane immortal sat on a blue rock, a Tao Protector fruit in his palm. Many heavenly immortals, golden immortals and Grand Luo were gathered around the rock, staring at the Tao Protector fruit fervently. Whether or not one could obtain the Tao Protector fruit depended on one's luck and strength. If one's luck was bad, the fruit could be snatched away in the next moment. Not all immortals were blessed with great fortune. Most of the immortals in the market could not gather enough Tao Protector fruits to leave the secret realm. Many fervent gazes fell upon the Tao Protector fruit, but how could the owners of those gazes bring out spirit fruits of the same level? They could only watch from afar. Ning Qi swept his gaze around and walked to another stall. He already had too many Tao Protector fruits in his spatial bag. 5 inferior grade sage weapons for 5 Tao Protector fruits. Over at another stall, an arcane immortal had laid out 5 inferior grade sage weapons that contained more than 200 Tao forces. Logically speaking, Tao Protector fruits were more valuable than inferior grade sage weapons, but there was no lack of heavenly immortals and golden immortals in the market. They might have obtained quite a few Tao Protector fruits by chance, but inferior grade sage weapons were more attractive to them. That was why the arcane immortal was not worried that no one would come up to ask. In a short time, several waves of immortals went up to ask for more sage weapons, but the arcane immortal refused all of them. Ning Qi only glanced at them curiously. In the end, he discovered that one of the low-grade Tao treasures was a bit unusual. It was a staff with golden hoops on both ends. Its entire body was pale gold, but when Ning Qi looked at its attributes, he discovered that its grade was 3 question marks. However, the aura on the surface was not much different from that of a sage weapon. 5 inferior grade sage weapons for 5 Tao Protector fruits. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the stall and asked the arcane immortal plainly, "So it's Fairy Ji. Fairy Ji, you're also interested in these 5 sage weapons?" The arcane immortal clearly recognized Ji Sijuan, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, Ji Sijuan, who was ranked 9th on the arcane immortal leaderboard, should have a high-grade sage weapon, or at least a mid-grade sage weapon. Why would she be interested in a sage weapon? It can be used by a few juniors in the clan. Are you going to trade or not? Ji Sijuan glanced at him indifferently. The arcane immortal was slightly startled and then smiled awkwardly. "Of course I'll trade. Why wouldn't I? I'll offer 6 Tao Protector fruits." Ning Qi chuckled as he walked to the stall and said to the arcane immortal, "It's you." Ji Sijuan looked at Ning Qi and subconsciously took a few steps back. Then, she felt that this was too embarrassing and took a few more steps forward, glaring at Ning Qi and Ning Yi. The arcane immortal was even more suspicious when he saw that someone was fighting for the Tao Protector fruits. He sized up Ning Qi and then Ji Sijuan to see what was going on. "I let you escape last time. I didn't expect you to come back again. I wonder what backdoor you used." Ning Qi smiled. "It's none of your business." Ji Sijuan snorted. "I've already caught the eye of Senior Ji Wangu, and he wants to take me as his disciple. If you make a move against me, you'll definitely be killed by Senior Ji Wangu after we leave." Ning Qi frowned slightly. This was a problem. He didn't have the strength to go against an Emperor Realm powerhouse for the time being. However, the truth of Ji Sijuan's words still needed to be investigated.